Hi everybody, welcome to the stream today. T for the T code and T for the T God. Hello my little T coders. I hope you're all doing all fantastic day. I hope you guys are looking after yourselves and all that. I am starting a little earlier than normal, and today I will be doing some artwork, obviously. Not just any artwork, just concept art for my characters for Vamp Lost Soul. Anyways, guys, if you do want to check out any other of my stuff, so I've got like the Legacy manga series, volumes 1 to 5. Before Hoseki goes out, if you want to get your hands on it, you can get on Amazon Kindle and Google Play Books. Also, you can get it on Mixam. That's another cool one. So yeah, you can get it on there. I've got merchandise on display. I've got some merchandise on Teespring. Just remember, obviously, and give Hoseki a follow as well. I will be at AnimeCon in June at the NEC in Birmingham in June. So feel free to come by and say hello and all this year. Also, the launch of Volume 1 Revamp, the first chapter, should be with the first magazine, Hoseki, which will be also released roughly, I'll say roughly, between June onwards. Anyways, we're doing some concept art today. With all that out of the way, and by the way, there is no 4-leaf Clovers today. Sadly, one of our Clovers is fallen ill, and since it's the start of the new season, I made the decision to delay until everyone is ready and hunky-dory to go. Let's go and stream. Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. How you been doing? Now, as you all may know, I have a new redeem. I have a new Redeemios, which is really cool. So if you want to check it out, it's called Boba Tea. So if you do want me to hydrate, and I'm not noticing your hydrate request, you can spend 100 points on the redeem, and I'll show you. I can give you an example right now. Watch this. You want me to do you want me to not be unthirsty? Do you want to unthirsty me with a cuppa? And I'm not annoying you? Boba. Just throw a boba tea at me. Ow. I'm not sure. Did that appear? Did that appear? Hold on. Let's try that again. Hold on. Let's try that again. I could hear the sound. I just can't see the boba. Hold on, let me check on my end on Wadador. This might be because I probably didn't probably some activations, because I did actually configure this. I was like, hey, it works. I can hear the sound, but there is no boba tea present, which is not good. Not good at all. Right, so we're gonna click on that. Yeah, because the command is there. There we go. Try that again. Hey, there we go. One alteration, and the boba tea went straight to my face. So one more time for a test. Boom. Yeah, it doesn't. Unless I'm not seeing it and it's delayed. Might be delayed. Oh, ow. There we go. But yeah, it is delayed on stream, so I just wanted to see if the boba tea was flying at me. So yeah, there you go. If you want to see some boba tea flying at me, there you go. Have fun with that. So yeah, so as you can see, I've done that redeem, so I know it works now. I'm gonna reject all and refund, even though I'm refunding myself. But yeah, so there you go. But yeah, you can now officially throw tea at me. So there you go. Or I say boba tea to be precise. But yeah, hope you enjoy it. It was a bit of fun. It was a bit difficult to set it up, but I managed to do it in the end. So I feel really pleased with that. So yeah. So anyways, guys, what have you? Hey, welcome, Stream Hub World. How you been? Thank you for coming by. Hope life has been treating you good. What have you been up to? Welcome to the Tea Cult, where we have tea and do art. And on Mondays, obviously not today, sadly, but we do D&D here as well. So if you want to know who I am a self-published mangaka, soon to be published under a startup publishing firm in the UK. So yeah, how you been? Hope your life's been treating you well. Right, let's just fix this little bit here, because it didn't feel straight enough for me. Did not feel straight enough, because this is a solid object. That's what she said. What am I? Am I a degenerate? Maybe. Maybe. But yeah. But I think we're all a little bit degenerate today, in today's day and age. Yeah, what have you been up to? Let me know. Have you been watching any cool shows, playing any good games lately? Are you a streamer yourself? Let me know. Let me know, let me know. But yeah, there we go. So let's fix this up first. Let's give this a little tidy up. But yeah, like I said. But anyways, yeah, what's been going on with old Vamp this week? Well, not much to say precise, because I've been doing a lot of work on Volume 1 revamp, obviously, because I'm revamping the first volume of my manga series to update the artwork, to add a couple of new chapters in. So for those who don't know, yes, I am, like I said, once again, I am a self-published mangaka. And I have worked very hard to get revamp done and to try to update the artwork, because I've looked back and I was like, yeah, it needs to update. And publishers took me on and went, yeah, you need to update it. And I was like, yep. Pardon me, I 100% agree. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît, as they say. And I'm an Englishman who just spoke French at you. Go figure. Go figure. But no. So I've been doing a lot of the text for the pages, for the chapters I have done, because I've already done like 6 chapters at the moment of revamp. 3 of them are completely new chapters, which adds a bit more like story to volume 1. So instead of like having like 8 chapters as I usually do per volume, it's just going up to like 10, 11 chapters, which I'm pretty pleased with. Because to be honest, I think like the first volume definitely needed like more stuff in it. So, and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, that sounded a bit, my throat went a bit croaky there. I swear I am an older man. I'm not going back to my teenage years. Oh God, I sounded like that guy from The Simpsons, you know, like the teenage guy who's got like spots all over his face, works at the burger joint. Or he just works at many joints, but yeah. But that's what it felt like for me. Right, so the shading here is a little off because the shading is coming from that way. So technically, the seats should be like a bit more shaded than that. And then what I'll probably do is just fill in the gap with a few more things, as they say. That's what she said. That's what she said. Right, let's fill that in and just tidy it up a little bit. Then fade it, just sort of so I can get to tidy up a little bit more. So I can actually see what I'm doing. But yeah, so that's been going on. So yeah, work-wise, office-wise, nothing's been really going on. Apart from, okay, I'm going to have to get a rant out of the way, right? If anyone works in the kind of office that I do, without doxing myself, do you hate it when you've just done the festive season and they've already got the next season stuff in, if you get what I'm saying? I'm not kidding you, right? I came back, right? I came back, I thought, oh, you know, I've had a nice little break. We'll get back in and we'll get cracking. And what do I see before me? Eggs. You know the kind of eggs I'm talking about. Certain cards for the romantic day of the year. And I'm sitting there just like, we've only just got over the festive season. For fuck's sake. Do you really need to get this stock in? Do you know what I mean? Do we really need to get this shit in our office this early? This is a vamp rant. This is like a little vamp rant. I have to admit. It's just like, yeah, mate, nah. You know what I mean? You get what I mean. But yeah, it's like, I think for me, it's like things are getting set up earlier. Like, if you get what I mean. So, like, I'm not fucking kidding you. I don't shut that up for a second. It's like you want to get ready for something, and then it just goes, oh, you know what I mean? Like this year we gotten all our stuff in at about September for the festive season that went by. I was like, do we really need this? Like, do we really need this? And it's just like, nah. Nah, it's like, even I'm like, my dude. Nah, we don't. We just don't. We just do not want that. But yeah, that's the thing, though, isn't it? It's like, it's just getting too early for me. And the thing is, I'm the guy, right? I'm not a Grinch. I love celebrating the festive season. I like celebrating certain holidays. But sometimes it's a little too early. And I've said this to my other half. We had this argument. I remember on Twitch, actually, they voted against my wife on this. And even I'm like, dude, why? Why are you doing this too early? Why? You know what I mean? Like, God, no. No! You know what I mean? Or I should say in the Rogel Dawn terms.
No.
Just no, guys. Like, I get it if we get it in, like, if we get the stuff in, like, November time, that's fine because it's a month in advance and it's preparation, right? But as for, like, the other seasonal holidays, like, I'm not being funny. None of them as big as that one. And it's a bit, you know, yeah, we don't need to have a month prep, like, half a month, like, absolute latest. But yeah, I've just realized a lot lately that, you know, like these fuckers are just going, like, they just don't give a shit. They just get it in, and we have to like it, essentially. And it's like, no, we don't have to like it. We don't have to like it. It's like they're trying to get everyone to buy sooner. Do you know what I mean? And that just makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. I ain't gonna lie. It does make me feel a little uncomfortable with that sort of, you know what I mean? I know, like, some people are like, vamp. It's a way of life now. People do things early. It's like, no. Not to the early of this. This is, like, even way too early, even for me. Like, I like getting ready early, admittedly, myself. Like, but not to the extent they want to do it, if you know what I mean. Like, I can't really explain it. It's just like, there's reasonable early when you're personally doing it for yourself, and, you know, you're just getting ready for family and stuff like that. And then there's, like, the shops are shoving it in your face and they're telling you to get ready now. And I'm like, dude, I just got through this. Just let me get through the next thing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like just let me just take, like, 5 minutes to fucking breathe. Jesus Christ, sir. And then we could talk about the next, like, season or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just give a guy a break. That's all I ask, you know? Am I being silly for asking just for that one simple thing? Or do you agree with me? Comment down below. What is your take on, even if you watch this in the future, what is your take? Should shops be, like, you know, getting things in stupidly early? Like I said, I work in the office myself, but even I say, like, the only time I will make an exception to get ready early in the workplace is the festive season, because there is a lot to do. But the other stuff ain't that bad. Like, you need at least half a month, like, at latest, to start preparing. Yeah, no, and I've noticed this, like, especially in the UK. Right, that is a bot. I'm sorry, mate. You are going to get barred. Please do not do this, please. We do not allow advertising of that kind here. Bye-bye. Bunkai. Anyways. But at the end of the day, anyways, as I was saying, as I was saying, anywho, but yeah, but like to me, like they're trying to get every holiday under the sun now. I have noticed that, like it used to be, right? You get like, I think like back in the day, and yes, I'm talking like old grandpa vamp now. So back in the day, before we had all the other holidays, you only had Easter, Christmas, and Valentine's Day. They were the big events, right? But the other two do not compare to that one. Do you get what I'm saying? So, so like at the end of the day, and we used to prep like a little bit closer to the time and we were fine. But now, I can probably count 5 other events because my store alone does Ramadan, they do Chinese New Year. Oh, Guy Fawkes Night, that was another one, but we don't even do that anymore. That's been taken out of the equation. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, like you know what I mean? It's like there's always an event now, like every month almost. It's getting to that point now, and even I'm like, can you please just stop and just run the store like normal, please? Please just run the store like normal. We don't need to celebrate every fucking holiday. Like even them. World Book Day, right? Yeah, all right, get the costumes out ready for it. But they make such a hullabaloo about it now, when it wasn't really a hullabaloo in the begin with. Do you get what I'm saying? But yeah, it's I've just noticed that lately, and it's just like I'm looking at it like just let people celebrate, because what you're doing is, right, in my mindscape, right, that you are gonna put off a lot more people celebrating that holiday because it comes so corporatized. Do you know what I mean? Like if you do it way too early, people are just gonna get pissed off, and they're just gonna be like, yeah, I ain't celebrating it now because this is getting earlier. Like seriously, it is getting absolutely ridiculous. Like summertime now, I tell you what, back in the day, if ice cream ran out, it will run out. Yeah? And it's like, okay, you ran out, cool, fair enough, it happens. Right now, we like in the summertime, like they're ordering in like tons upon tons upon tons upon tons of ice cream. They are over ordering, and just to like, yo, it's never about now. It's like, oh, if we sold out, we've had a good day, brilliant, well done, lads. It's, oh, we haven't got stock, it's a bad thing. Oh, we got to get more in. They don't think about the logistics of that. They just get as much in as possible. And I've noticed this. They spunk all their money so far up the wall. And it's like this year, right? We barely had any turkeys, right? I'm not even kidding you. We barely had, like, any turkeys. To be honest, there was kind of a reason behind that, because, like, the avian flu came around and kind of, you know, knocked off the turkeys, and we couldn't sell many of them. Because, obviously, if the turkeys were, you know, infected, you can't really sell them. So, yeah. So, we only had, like, a few, like, good ones in stock. And that's fair enough. But, yeah. I just noticed, like, every year, since, like, you know, everything, it's just, like, now it's, like, oh, we got ordering, like, shit tons of this, and not think about logistics. I'm sure we can handle it. And I'm looking at them like, nah, mate. And can I just say, I feel most sorry for, like, the management in my office, because they have to deal with that. They have to deal with that. And I'm like, yeah, and you see these customers moaning about, oh, I haven't got this, I haven't got that, I haven't got this, or we haven't got anything. It's like, because we keep selling out, and the company keeps focusing on getting stock in for for the next, like, literally, they get, like, stock in for the next big holiday. That's how it works. You get like the next big lot of stock in, and you don't get a say in the matter, essentially. And it is batshit insane. I'm not kidding you. It is absolutely batshit insane. So, yeah, there you go. That's my rant over now. I was just pointing it out because I was looking at this as well. And I was kind of looking at this from a point of view, and I was like, my guy, as Storm would say, what the fuck. But even I've looked at it, and I've gone, dude, there is literally no point in doing what they do because all it's gonna do is just cause chaos. And I'm not kidding you. Like generally, it causes more chaos, and people don't realize and then there's and I'll tell you what right now, right? I'm gonna say this because I know it's true because I work in that kind of office, right? Customers have gotten a lot ruder these days, and I am not kidding. Like I have noticed this myself, and even I've gone, fucking damn, take a chill pill, you know? And people don't. They just get really nasty over the most like minute of things, like. Oh, we've run out of onion rings. And it's like, they get so arsey. It's like, well, why have you not got them in? Oh, no, let me put my hand like right up my butt and I'll pull one out for you. Obviously, I don't say this. I keep my professional facade on. But in your head, you're just like, because we don't have it. We've run out. What else can I do? I can't magically make one appear. If you got a complaint, go to the higher ups because I've said to people before, and they don't believe me when I say this, it's like not even the management have control of what stock we get in anymore. Like they have very little control at best. It's all up to the higher ups now. Like, I remember back in the day, what they used to do is, and I'm not even kidding you, this was like the most coolest thing they did, was you have like so many orders a year, right? So they will give you what the higher ups think you need. But if you have like something that's super popular in your area and enough people request it and they talk to their store manager about it, they'll get it in for you. Like literally, they'll use like, there's so many orders a year to go, oh, this is becoming popular in our area. And they get it in. If it's popular, it stays. If it doesn't, it goes. You know? And that was a really good system. Because then what you're doing is kind of testing the waters with it. But you're giving like the store managers the control of what kind of stock we should be getting in. And I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty nifty. But no, we don't even do that anymore. We have just got zero control of what kind of things we get in now. And it's crazy. It is absolutely fucking crazy. But yeah, but that's been my week so far. We've been getting the Easter stuff in. We've been getting, like, at my office, I should say, we've been getting the Valentine's album. Like, dude, come on. And then we get like severely overstocked on it, and then we don't get even like some essentials in. I'm looking at it going, dude, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Oh god. You know that meme when that guy goes, what? That's me, right? That's me right now. I'm just like, dude, we just barely got past the new year, and you're already like on that shit. It's like, oh my god. You know, then give it a fucking break. Just let us all vibe for like at least a couple of days, just to sort of get ourselves recalibrated. Hey, my bear demon, you're right. I'm having a rant and tirade about my office and getting the Easter and Valentine's stuff in early. Way too early. How you been, my bear? How you been? But hiding what's going on in the hood of my bear demon. I know it's my card demon for those who are watching, but it's my little lovely little pet name for him. Everyone's going to think we're a couple when I keep saying stuff like that. It's my last little pet name for my bear demon. Anyway, I'm good. Just eepy and sleepy. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm just having an old man rant about back in the day where like you had Valentine's and Easter that we worry about, Guy Fawkes Day, we do it like half a month beforehand, and then we do Christmas, we do it on November, which is fair enough, there's a lot to do. But now like shit is coming in way too early, like everywhere now. and we're celebrating like 20 other holidays on top, and I'm like, fuck's sake. It's like we only have like 1 or 2 months where we have nothing going on. It's like, and then the summer, oh, don't get me started on that, the way they're doing it now. It is so inefficient, it's just unreal. Like, I'll tell you what, right, guys, this is going to make you all laugh, right? It's only just, I would say, only just before Christmas, all the ice cream we had from last year's summer is just gone back down to normal. I am not kidding. Because normally, like, when I work it, it's normally like 1, maybe 2 rolls if we've got a lot of berries coming in. And yeah, like it took that long for the end of summer till near Christmas for it to return to almost normal levels. I am not kidding you. And I know for a fact in March we're gonna get all that shit in again. Can you see in my office? I'm crying in my soul up there. Can you see I am crying in my soul with the sign on me saying, help me, help me. But like I say, it's not really like our store manager's fault. It's the higher ups just putting in what they think what we need, and it's just like, it's so. I've got to have to say it is a little out of touch. I just miss the days we just getting what we needed. If we ran out, we've ran out. End of story. We made our profit. You know what I mean? Like, I miss those days. Like, they're not trying to plan like the next event like within 20 days time. You know, like just after the last event. Like, I know like do conventions that you have to, and I get that, and you know, I guess you got to do a year plan, but it's just like even in store, in office, I should say. Sorry, they said that. Ignore what I just said. Nearly in office, like we're already planning, and it should be the higher ups that should be planning. You know, it's fucking weird, man. Fucking weird. I don't approve of it. Anyways, my bear, what have you been up to? Apart from me ranting about earliness and back in the day, we didn't prep until like when we actually needed to start prepping. But yeah. Yeah, logistics have gone out the window. I'm going to tell you that right now. But yeah, like I say, it's like I say, I don't blame my management. Like in the office I work, it's more of, it's the high ups. They just decide like, yeah, it's such a good idea to get like 20 billion things ready for the next 20 holidays for the next fucking year. And I'm like, oh, go away. Stocking for holidays, like they're stocking. Yeah, oh my God. I'm up there. I tell you what, if we had a sun-based apocalypse and it's in the summer, dude, we'd be fucking sorted for a little while. With the amount of ice cream we get in. Oh God. Yeah. But Bet, I love the fact you joke about this, and I'm just looking at you like deadpan in the face, and doing this, and just nodding, and just doing this. Hold on. Yes. Yeah. like if it's like you know, yeah, apocalypse, like you need meat to survive, right? Right, Christmas time, we got you fucking sorted, guy. My guy, we got you fucking sorted. Trust me, on that front, we've got you sorted, and it's just like, it's not even funny, like how accurate my bear's statement is. That is the saddest part. It's not even funny how dead on my bear's got it. I'm crying inside. That'd be me right now. I was like, I'm dead on the inside. But yeah, but it is insane. It is insane. But on that note, there is a lot to look forward to this year. I mean, we'll we'll see, because apparently Hoseki will be ramping up like the advertising and that, so I'll find out. Hopefully there'll be maybe, I don't know, some meetings about what's going to go on, stuff like that. So keep your eye out for that. I will try and give out the news as best as I can, because I do want a meeting with the higher ups and just say, look, you know, any news have you got for me so far? But I'm going to give them like a month and just go, right, okay, so we'll give them a month and then we just go, hey, you know, but yeah, anyways. So, just got a weird email here. Oh, alright. It's just from Spotify. I thought I had a really weird email, pretended to be Spotify. I was like, have you heard of a fake playlist? Have you heard of a fake playlist? I was going to read it out to you guys because it sounded quite funny. But yeah. I thought it was a scam email and I was like, do I want to read this? Do I give you guys the shits and go? I was like, no, it's not. But yeah. Oh, by the way, Mark Bear, how is your neurospicy journey going, by the way? Pardon me, if you don't mind me asking. I said, how's your neurospicy journey going? I just belched. That's the name of the journey. It's Neurobelch Journey. Neurospicy Belch Journey. There you go. There you go. That's the new sensation hitting the nation. And you all don't know it yet. You will soon enough. You will soon enough. Oh, don't. Oh, don't. Right, so I've got someone who plays in my private D&D group, right? Not the Clovers, the private D&D group. Right, speaking of which, while Bear answers my question. Oh, Bear. Also, there's something new in my redeem. Would you like to try it out? Would you like to try it out? Check what's in the redeem. I've replaced the David Attenborough one with something else more fun. Ow! You just gave me some Berber tea in the face! Thank you. Oh, God. Yes, you can officially throw boba tea at me now. So if you want me to hydrate, I'm ignoring your hydrate. You can just throw boba tea at me. How's that? Ow! Oh, my mate's gonna abuse his redeem. Why are you throwing that boba tea at me? I've already drunk the boba tea. I mean, Jesus Christ, sir, how rude. How rude. But yeah, I've got a feeling my bear's got the new toy to play with now. It's just like, I've given my bear a new toy now. And you know that meme when the Grinch kind of like, you know, starts giggling maniacally to themselves? Oh, thumbs up. It has the Bugbear approval, so Bugbear shall abuse this. You got a new way to abuse me now by throwing boba tea at me. Fucking chav. Can you imagine that, actually? But the thing is, I just throw it at me, he's like, fucking chav. Right, so we've done Joe what? I'm gonna do something a little bit. Now he's gonna spread the word. It's like, you can throw boba tea at Vamp. You can throw it. And it's hilarious. I'm trying to find like teacups as well from Wilderdo. Just so I can kind of like, you know what I mean? So you can throw like teacups at me as well. So, you know, I'm actually trying to find that, right? like sooner or later I'll find it. But yeah, right now. Oh, there we go. Now that looks like a good shutter. There you go. Look at that. That's a good shutter. Anyways, there's no graffiti on it because it's inside the shopping mall. Oh, that reminds me. I do need to do something on here that I did forget to do. Which is the usual usual recycling sign. Oh, God. But yeah. Now I've got to remember what the recycling sign looks like in England. Hold on. If I put public recycling bin... Hold on. I try to find, like, the signs for them. Okay, so if we do a mix of that and that, okay, they have changed it. And my journeys is going, okay, I recommend, Mum recommends to get tested now. Do it now. Get tested. Get tested for the neurospicy. Anyway, sorry. My friend said she'd be willing to come to the GP with me to ask for a referral. Oh, that's nice. No, I'm glad. Like, I'm glad your mother is supporting you. I like your mother. It's how like what's it called? Yzma from the Emperor's New Groove. Clunk, get the lever. Oh God. Hold on. There we go. I feel like I'm Yzma now. Like. Clank, get the lever! Wrong lever! Anyway, sorry. Oh, God. But there we go. So we do that. And then just sort of... I'm doing a bin sign here. Rude. Oh, my God. I'm telling the tablet off, like, rude. Let me do my bin sign. I mean, geez, right, guys? So rude. So goddamn rude. Right, guys. Can I have rude on the chat, please, for the tablet? Can I have oh my gosh rude as a hashtag, please? And then just sort of, there we go. And then yeah, that would do, won't it? That's a good recycling sign. Does look a bit crappy though. It doesn't even look like a bin. It doesn't even look like a bin. It just looks like a... Oh my God, rude. Oh my God, so rude. I mean, Jesus Christ. Doesn't even look like a fucking recycling. It just doesn't look like a bin in drawing. Hold on. I can do better. Vamp can do better. I know what Vamp needs to do now. Plus, I found several videos on Audio HD, which I've Yeah, good. That's good, my bear. See, that's fine. Like, because the thing is, once you go down the rabbit hole, it's not that hard to find what you need to help you with it. But just remember, just because it works for one person doesn't necessarily mean it works for you. But if it works for you, that's a good thing. Ow! Ow! You're already abusing this already. You are so rude. Macabre are so rude. Me, I think you're so rude. I would. Anyways. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, we do that. Okay. So we're gonna do that. And then we do like a little baggie on top. So we do it like that. No, it looks like a coffee cup. So I think we do that. And then like what was the sign like? Was it like a stick man that put something in the bin? Yeah, that's it. That's the one I want. Yeah, that's what I want. I found it. I found the site. Yeah, because it's like a weird little. Okay, so it's like a basket thing. Because this is the if anyone remembers this, good on you. I'll tell you that right now. Like, if you remember this sign for a bin, before public bins like disappeared almost, yeah, and then you get like this weird like triangular dude, like, and it just like it's like a square or something, and there's like a head like that, And it's just like, if you remember this, you are awesome. I got to it for, oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Mark Bear, why did you do that? Why would you? I mean, would you hit a guy like me? Like, do you remember this? Like the little stick man. And then what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this green sign here for recycling. Now it's replaced with like, it's more like the sign we have these days. It's like a picture of a dustbin, and then if I'm trying to think, my brain's trying to think. So it's like a bin, and it's just a bin, and then you get like a separate one for recycling. But if you got ones that have both in it, it'd be like a bin, and then it has like this in the middle, or at least it will have like a white sticker on it, like there. Like here, not a sticker, but like a print, something printed on it, and then it have like a little that. When actually the recycling sign, I believe, used to be like this, but we don't have that anymore. It's now that. I think that now means recycling, if I remember correctly. But yeah, looks like a G, but you know, yeah, it's a bin. It's a bin. We know it's a bin, right? You can tell it's a bin now. That's all we need to know. I like the fact we concentrate on, what, 15 minutes on a fucking bin. Life goals, people. Life goals. Just remember that. Life goals to draw a bin. Just saying. They're good life goals to have. There we go. And just sort of... I don't like... Maybe try like the actual color and then just go... Yeah, that's a bit too darken. There we go. That's a lot better. Just sort of... That's it. Awesome. So now we got that. Now it's... Guess what stage we're gonna do? The shiny! Oh, God. Sorry. I didn't mean to sing shiny at you guys. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was too tempting, okay? Don't judge me. Leave Britney. Oh, God. Do you remember the Leave Britney Alone meme? God. That was a hell of a meme. I'm not gonna lie. That was one hell of a meme. And we all used to say that, like, leave Britney alone. I still remember, like, everyone used to play that meme to death, like the Chocolate Rain Kid. Chocolate Rain. If anyone remember that. Or am I being too much of an old man already? Back in my day, we had the Chocolate Rain Kid. Things were simpler back then, Scoob. What? I went completely shaggy there. But yeah. Oh, God. Can you imagine that? Zoinks! Oh, my... Like, Scoob. Well, I think I took too much of the Scooby snack, Scoob. Raggy? I think we're right. Anyways, sorry. Oh, my God. I'm on a weird tangent. Hi. Why does it make me weird? But hey, that's what makes me me. Anyways. Just do a little bit of shine here. And I'm going to do the hair shine now. Now I have... Guys, I've got a lovely new brush for hair shine now. I can make the hair shiny. That song is in my head. That song is in my head now. And I can't get it out. No. Have I not added... Where's my highlight brushes? I did have a highlight brush. Ah, here you are. I got nice new highlight brushes, and I forgot to add them. No, that's not a highlight. Is that a highlight brush? I think it is. Yes, it is. Those are highlight brushes. I got nice new highlight brushes, and I forgot to put them in. Notes down. Nose down. Vamp has added his brush color. No! 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 Don't look at my brush collection! They were so pretty! They're so pretty! They're so pretty! And they were free! I sound like Miss Piggy out of fucking Muppets here. But they were free! They were free. Look, tricks. You understand, right? It's we don't have a problem, right, Tricks? We just, you know, we just like new hairbrushes. I mean, who doesn't, right, Tricks? Right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We don't have a problem. They have a problem, right? Right, Tricks? Right? Sweating, like looking side to side as I say that. I don't have a problem. You have the problem. Can you imagine that? I'm not the problem. You're all the problem. I mean, look. I don't need to do as much like hair highlighting anymore. I could just do this like with nice new brushes. A couple like laps of this, and look, see? But Bear, these were useful highlight brushes, yeah? Yeah? You allow that, right? Right? Yeah, I do that with a lot of free brushes. Oh, right. Tricks, there is a month event on. Now, you might have missed most of the days, but for 26 days, you can get free Clippy points, which means you can spend them on really nice brushes. I got like a new manga like set brushes. Don't take notes. Don't judge me up there. I am entitled to these brushes. They are free. They're free, yeah? Yeah, I don't need to defend myself. I can quit anytime. I can quit anytime. I swear. I don't have a brush problem like I have a tea problem. He's gonna click this now and remix it. I don't have a problem. You all have a problem. Oh, you subscribe. Nah, I didn't subscribe. There's like a January event where you can get like free Clippy points. No, my bear. No, don't take notes. Don't you take notes. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. I don't have a problem, I swear. Oh, God. Everyone's now looking at me like, Sure, Vamp, you don't have a free brush problem. Of course, Vamp, we believe you. Like that's the tone my bear's giving me right now. Actually, is there any more manga stuff that I need to add? Because I've used these Clippy points and I'm like, there's some really nice impact brushes that I actually those I needed, all right? Yeah, you got 2 fat. Yeah, exactly. I've already spent it on really nice and manga effect brushes because I do need more combat ones. Oh, I forgot to add the tree bark effect. Oh, I forgot to add some. Don't judge me. I need some precious brushes. Brushes galore. Mine, all mine. Sorry. Just went completely Gollum. Just went utterly Gollum with him. I had 10k at some point. That's cool. No, that's cool. But like I say, there are some really nice ones out there. I'm trying to find some more like, I need to do more speech bubbles as well, I think. Right, so now I've got that bark brushing because I did actually need that. That I did actually need. I like I'm justifying this to my bear. I need that. Just see me just sweating buckets. Ow! Don't throw boba tea at me. Don't judge me. I'm just seeing there's like any brushes I do actually need right now for my manga stuff. I swear it's for manga. Or I need to put this in fashion because these are chains like I've looked at and it's like, ooh, like. Yes, I do see the irony. I see Purdy stuff and I get it. Okay. Okay. I don't have a problem. I swear. I could quit doing this at any fucking time. Oh, that I do need because I have lost this on here. Where's my? It's right at the bottom. That is my like the sparks for the fire brush, and I lost it at some point. So that I actually do need. That is something I actually needed. Fashion. We do need to add some bits to the fashion brush. So I'm basically catching up on my materials right now. It's a bit like, yeah, I need to put this all on. And all this goes down, all the way down to here. Don't judge me. I feel judged right now. Tricks, justify my brush collection, please. Please justify it. Please don't let my bear judge me. I've been good by, I swear. Like, can I just say, all these brushes were free though. And I got like free clippy points, so I got like the nicer brushes as well. So you can't judge me. Okay? It's not like I... No. Rich, please justify. My bear will judge me. I'll tell you what. I know my bear, right? I'm going to tell you. My bear will judge. I judge my bear because I know my bear would do the exact same thing if he saw those nice free brushes. Yeah, my bear. Yeah. You can't judge me because you'll be just as bad as me. And you know it. Deep in your soul, you know. My bear's going to make a string of clips and just call it Vamp in Denial. Vamp thinks he doesn't have a problem. And I have to do like a clip where I'm just going through all my brushes collection. It's not like I got so many. I need to put them into, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's not like I needed to put them into 15 categories. I don't have more hidden elsewhere. Right? As I drink my water. No. Look. Do I have a problem if I categorize them and put them into the right places so I do end up using them at some point? My bear, if you had Clip Studio and you had a lot of free nice brushes of fashion, of chains and textures and manga panels, impacts and stuff like that, you would do the exact same thing. I know you, sir. Try to justify everything and I look shifty about it. I justify it, okay? I 100% justify me having those brushes, yeah? I don't have a problem. Much. Pardon me. I can justify it. I can justify it. I don't have a problem. You all have a problem with me. I look really shifty. Oh, God. Anyways, right. Is my brushes loaded yet? My brushes ain't loaded. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rattle. Rattle. Raggy. Seems like my Clip Studio. Oh, don't say it's crashed because I haven't saved yet. Please don't crash. No. I refuse to be judged. I refuse to be judged. Right, I'm gonna save quickly because I've got a feeling it's gonna crash. Right, I saved. Right, look, see, I'm good. I'm not being judged. You're all being judged. My cats are on me sleeping. Aww. That's nice. Oh, by the way, guys, if you've got any arts today, please put it on our Discord. I will put our Discord down below. Just the one rule: we do not tolerate any AI creations here because it is a creator-friendly place. Twix and the kitty cat. Yeah, we got Loki sleeping on the Loki cam right now, so she's kind of chilling and vibing. Look, my bear. What bear? I mean, I've got some wonder. Right. I'm gonna justify this, right? I'm gonna justify all these brushes. I feel like I need to justify myself now. I'm sorry. I'm now. Right, you know those awesome fire effects I've been doing lately? Right, I've got a lovely fire brush pack, right? Right here, you got like 4 different fire flames, and you put them together to make one big fire, and you go, and then you put the sparkles in the back, and then you use your overlay ground and use like the fadey brush, and then you can make them glow. That's justifiable. Okay. I've got lovely ice effects here from Magic, and I've got can I just say, I have actually got some lovely night sky and stars brushes here out of this as well, and most of these were free. Apart from like if I got any free clippy points, but yeah, we got nice water brushes that like the lovely sea stuff I do. That's come from that. I can make lovely tree textures. I can make building textures. I can make cool manga effects. I have an Adam Now plush, which is technically a cat. So included. Yeah, you could be. You could join. Everyone could be in the cat party. But under one condition, my bear, you stop judging me for my choice of brushes. You stop judging me on my choice of brushes, I'll let you in that party. How's that? Does that sound fair? I got some really nice magic brushes I've used often as well, like the runes and stuff like that. Like these brushes have been actually really handy. You got like a nice wind brush for me here. And then I've got like tech like brushes as well. Look at that. That's cool, right? Yeah. So if I want to do like circuit boards, I could just make a circuit board out of nowhere. Yeah. You can't judge me now. Fucking hell. I'm trying too hard to convince my bear here. It's just like, you can't judge me now. You can't judge me. Can't judge this. Can't judge this. But say you got like a cool clothing idea, and then you can warp the basically, say if I want to do a pattern on clothes, I could click that and then kind of warp it around the clothing. So yeah, this is just for me to be a bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Efficient. It's efficiency. Like, no, I'm not trying to bullshit you. It is for efficiency. Or like, so I can't draw like cross sketching dress as well, so I kind of got like love it. Yeah, exactly. It's not like I will draw, like if I draw a straight up circuit board that's like 3D. Yeah, if it's like patterns on clothes, then that's when I bring in the brushes or the fishnets and stuff like that. So just make it efficient. And flame brushes. Oh my god, the flame brushes help me out so much. Like, that's how I did like the whole Jamino flame thing, which is kind of cool. And I kind of like combine those brushes to actually make something. It's kind of cool. Oh, hold on. I forgot to do something. Soft light. Where's soft light? Soft light. But yeah. But it's also like tree textures, stuff like that. Like it just makes things a lot more better and faster. And they're just nice brushes. I got a fat. Is that your like big cat? I'm guessing. Because it's plastic, I want to kind of use like a. I don't know. Like, would plastic go with like a yellow light better? Yeah. I need to look at texture of like plastic bin bags and see when the highlight leans towards more yellow or like another color. Yeah. I get you. So, but Bear, have I justified my brushes now? Have I justified them enough for you so you can't judge me anymore, make notes? Am I now the good boy of brushes? Do I not have a problem now? Or do you think I'm still in deep denial? That's the real question now. Am I still in deep denial, or have I convinced you enough that you think, yeah, okay, Vamp can get away with it? He's justified it enough. Even if it was like through perpetual begging. Oh, God. To be honest, I'm surprised Nim hasn't jumped on the mic any minute to berate me for that. You know, like, what do you mean you don't have a problem, Van? Yes, no, I don't. Yes, you do. No, I don't. If Nim was on here right now, she would fucking grill me. I'll tell you that, rotten. I know she would. She'd grill me something rotten for it. And don't grass me up. Don't you even dare grass me up. But yeah, I say that, but it's like, I'm gonna grass you up. Like, no, do not grass me up. I'm gonna grass you up, no. You know, like the Emperor's New Groove, when that chipmunk's like, you know, about to hit that pan and all the walls about to come out. That's my bear. It's like I'll hit the pan. I'll grass you up. If anyone watched that film, The Emperor's New Groove, such a good film. And I have to admit, old Disney films were fucking brilliant. Okay, so the walls are done. Okay, so the lighting on the walls are done. If you're hearing that, that's the tumble drying right now. If you're wondering. I can't exactly block that out. So, you know. Oh, God. Anyways, guys, what have you been up to? Let me know. How's the weekend for you? Let's do that, and then... So the metal, the wooden parts, I'm going to go green. And I'm going to do this by hand. And then the metallic parts of it, I'm going to go like full on. That's it. I've been dying for a lack of sleep. Been playing Minecraft. Ooh. Done any fun builds lately? That mansion build was quite nice, actually, what you did. I was like, ooh. Made me want to go on Minecraft, actually. I was like, maybe I should build something. I've got it on Xbox, so, you know, I could technically go on. But, yeah. Right. And then just sort of, I'm going to fix this a little bit because I did not shade this because I was an idiot. So let's do this now and just sort of fix that. But, yeah. Oh, do you know what me and my wife watched? By the way, me and my wife just finally... So, because you know that Wonka film? Not the Johnny Depp one, but the newest one that has his sort of like origin story. With that guy playing the... he's in Love Actually, and he plays an Oompa Loompa in it. Oh my God, that is such a good fucking film. Like it is such an underrated film. I have to admit, like, I watched it and I was like, actually, this is a pretty good film. Like, it harkens back to the musicals as old to me. And it's like, actually, this is a pretty good film. I'm not sure if you know the one I mean. It's just called Wonka. Oh, fair enough. No, but man, I was just talking about the new Wonka film. Not the new one, but the newest one. The one where it shows his origin story a little bit. Like, you know, how he met the Oompa Loompa and stuff like that. And he had to, like I've seen it. It's actually really good. And it harkens back to, like, the musicals of old. And even my wife really enjoyed it. She's not a musical lover herself. So the fact she enjoyed the film, it was pretty good. It was really, really good. If anyone hasn't seen the film yet, I highly fucking recommend it. Like, it's one of those films, it definitely has a lot of heart in it. And I like a film with a bit of heart in it. But yeah. But I just watched it. It was just... I was actually blown away how good the film is. And I know that's, like, not probably saying much coming from me, but for me, it was just like, actually, that was, like, one of the best films I have seen in a very long time. Don't get me wrong, there are some good ones out there, but it's just that film just kind of blew me away. But yeah, and it was so whimsical as well. And I think that's what I liked about it as well. It was just so playful. It was creative. And there was no, like, I don't know how to say this, but there was no, like, it just told a story, and that's what I missed. Sometimes some films just need to tell a story, and that Wonka film was pretty good. Oh, you baked for the majority of the weekend. Nice. What did you make, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't mind me asking, what did you make? I am going to do this. I should have done that, actually. I just realised. Should have jumped on this layer, done that, unlock that, do that, and then jump back up. There we go. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's so fucking good. And the guy who plays the Oompa Loompa in it is fucking brilliant. He's fucking brilliant. And he's definitely let's just say he needs, if they make an X film with that sort of timeline, he needs to come back as an Oompa Loompa. Ooh, jam tarts and soft bread rolls and brokey. Ooh, nice. But yeah, it's so fucking brilliant. And there's a hell of a lot of references to like the old Wonka films as well. Which is really good. It's just, oh my god, it was just a joy to watch it, if you know what I mean. And it did harken me back to, like, you know, like those kind of films, you know what I mean. It's just so, and there was shit tons of references to the older ones. And yes, the old school Oompa Loompa song was in it. Oompa Loompa, Oompa Dee Doo. I got a tragic tale for you. It's like, oh my god. And then just right at the end of the song, they reference another song. Which is, if you remember, was it the Imagination song? In a world of pure magic. It actually made me and my wife choke actually a little. It was so good. It was so fucking good. And I can't get over how good that was. You know what I mean? Just sometimes you just go, yeah, we need more films like that. Like actually harken back to those sorts of things, and just get lost in the world of whimsy. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was it's a 10 out. It's like, I wouldn't say 10 out of 10, but it's such a good film. And I wished I watched it earlier. It was one of those films that's like, I wished I got around to watching it earlier. Like V for Vendetta, when I watched it like a couple of years ago, and it was like a 10-year-old film by then. But yeah. Right. So we've done like pretty much everything we need to do. We just got to do like some sort of like lighting now. Because I want to kind of have the light in here so you know it's like at night. So what I've learned a new trick. So what you do is layer, new raster layer. Now, if I remember, I kind of do this a little. I think I drop it on the page. You go, I think it's multiply. But we need to go a little darker. Because it's nighttime. Yeah, that's it. And then you use this and go there. Go smaller. And then just sort of, at first, need the light sort of going down from here. And then you slowly, and then slowly back it off a little bit. So you kind of look like it is nighttime in the shopping mall. And then you create another layer. This time you do the opposite. You go for like sort of like a bright thing. You additive glow it. if I remember correctly, and it's like, so you see that, okay, and then you kind of then just see how it looks first, maximum brightness. There's hard light, and then there's soft light. Yeah, so the soft light does it better. So then you go layer, new raster layer, and just sort of, and then get like that. Again, you soft light it again, but this time you kind of like just do that. So this is like a new trick I've learned, essentially. Vampa's got a new bag of tricks. And then one last one. I think we're going to do it in the background, in front of the background this time. So this will be a layer, new raster layer, soft light. And then we're going to go... Okay, and then make it a bit more tighter and just sort of, that's it. And then do that, just get the tip there and just like that. So then it looks like stuff is hitting the ground. And then you've got like this sort of spotlight vibe. And now I'm going to do one more layer, but this time behind this layer, new raster layer, I'm going to go a bit more yellow. And then I'm going to do this. And just know like where the lights are hitting. And then just sort of like that. And then we'll go for an additive glow. But we fade it so it looks like the light is shining off the surface. And then I'll just use this to sort of, yeah, do that. And then you got that sort of like in sort of more glow. So I'm going to see how it looks, actually, if I just put that in front. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm actually going to try one more thing. I'm just going to experiment quickly. Because the thing is, like, editing layer. Yeah, so refer to editing layer. Layer. Do that again. Multiply again. I'm just going to do compare darken to multiply. Right? So at the moment, it doesn't really show that much. But if I do it like about, do it to maximum for now and see what happens. I just want to see what happens. And then maybe just sort of do like the first light's impact. And then, yeah, I think that's a lot better actually. Do it like that. Because then that gives the first light impact. Then just lightly go for the second bit. Just like that. And then one more light hits here. And two more light hits here. Yeah, that looks a lot better. But we're just going to give it a bit more definition. So that's fine. I'm happy with that. So that multiply is fine. And then I want to do a background multiply. And see how it works here. Just to see, just to experiment a little bit. But what I might do is just straight up. Give me a second. I just want to see like if my go a little darker. Okay, and then multiply again. Okay, so you see how it's gotten darker. Go like a bit more like that. And then this time, we are going to be a bit more cautious with our spray. And do this and just sort of. And then just do that. And then gently 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got these like layers of multiply. What do you think of that, Bot Bear? Bit too much, or do you think like maybe fade it a little bit like this, so it's got a bit more like leniency? I'm just going to give this all tidy up a bit more and just sort of make sure they know that's where the light is directly hitting, and then just maybe just give it a little gentle. Maybe just max it a little bit. so I can actually see where I'm brushing. Yeah, I definitely think fade it. I think about here should do the trick. Just give that a little bit more of a fade, just to sort of get that vibe going. And I think if we fade just a tinsy bit, yeah, because then that gives it that sort of mood lighting, and that's what I want to do. What do you think, guys? Tricks, have you got thoughts on this as well? Like, I'm just thinking, just get that mood lighting, like it's in late night in a shopping mall, stuff like that. What do you think? I think I'm good, because I'm trying to experiment a little bit more with mood lighting. So even though I've got like the straight up thing here, but concept art wise, I just want to try and sort of like, you know, put a little bit more into it. I think I've done all right despite, but yeah. I think at the foreground, however, we could do a little bit more here, just to sort of get that, make it smaller maybe. Maybe just do like a little bit like round the scythe here. Like that. Just to give a bit more like light credence to the body. Just give it a bit more like detail, like hopping. Sort of like that. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Hey JP, how you been doing? Welcome to the stream. I've noticed you are hiding. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that, but I'm going to do just a little bit more on the scythe, just sort of like get him edged out a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm kind of happy with that. Because the light is hitting that side of the scythe, so that would be like a bit more out, I reckon. And then just get that, and then just sort of edit, undo. Just a bit more like that, and then get that again, and just sort of, yeah, there we go. Just sort of like get that a little bit more to where we need it. There we go. Awesome. Okay, I think we're good with this. I think, to be honest, this artwork's done as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to save as, and we're going to go on to the next concept art. So guys, what character would you like me to do? Also, I would like to say I am free for commission. So if you do want to commission me for something quickly, I'm happy to do it. Yep. So this will be submitted to Hoseki, by the way. I like it. Sorry, my eyes were struggling to focus. Yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. We're going to put the time lapse on so people can see. Just thinking. Can we switch that to landscape? Watermark settings. I'm going to probably put this like a little bigger and here. Sort of do that. And then, okay. I'm pretty happy with the way that looks. I'm probably going to swing that over and just go, yeah, this one's done. Right, guys, let's go. Let's go on with the next concept art, because but since I'm only doing the text of revamp at the moment, I can't really I can't really do that until other things are done. So guys, would you like a hero or a villain? Like, let me know. Yep, save. Done. So this is done. I love this. I actually love the way I did those lights. So I have been playing around with effects a bit more lately. Okay, so we are going to do new. And I want to do like a series of these like 4K posters. 4K poster. We're going to bump that up to 350 DPI because we want the DPI to be high. I don't know why it's saying that. There we go. Hello, Loki. Loki's jumped off now. Hello, baby. Villain. What villain would you like, Bugbear? Is there anyone in mind? MK2, Geminio, Non, anyone. Anyone at all. La 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 la. And okay. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. And we're gonna save, we're gonna start the time lapse so I don't forget to do it. And then we'll save as. We're just gonna call this villain 1 for now until we can come up. So yeah, you got a whole host of villains. Obviously I won't be doing the well, I could do the bounty hunters early, but yeah, we're probably looking at either Geminio or Non at this rate, I would say. MKP doesn't make an appearance till Volume 2, if I remember correctly, so yeah. What would you like? Tell me. You do like your villains, don't you, up there? Do you have a villain problem? See? I don't have one. No, joking. Oh, joking. I'm thinking... To be honest, I haven't done a good Geminio artwork. Non. Is that how you spell it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how you spell non. So, right, what I'm going to do is actually get up a reference, because I do need a reference, actually. Sub window. Where are you? Window. I do want my sub window. Subtool detail. Sub view. Can I have my sub view, please? Right, so this is my sub view. So what I would like to do is put the sub view on top here. Can you do a... Sorry. I'm trying to read what you put there. A domino? Is that domino you're trying to say? Sorry, my brain's going like, hold on, what are you trying to say here? That's my dyslexia kicking in. So it's nothing. Don't worry, it's me, not you. Trust me, 100% me on this one. We're gonna get out this one because this is the most recent. Unless we got like something better. Yeah, not needs some love, honestly. Because the thing is, this is going to go with Hoseki stuff. So, actually, this is more, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna... None it is, yeah. That's the only thing is, because it's for Hoseki, I can't put other properties in here. But yeah, none it is. Right, so we'll probably do Nida for the eyes. I'm just gonna think, do you know what? I'm gonna try and get inspired. There we go. Right, can you all hear me now? Is that fine? Am I audible? Can you hear me now? Am I good? Yeah, cool. All right, just give me right back because I do need the loo, but I have got the pose in mind. The pose is in my mind now. I just need to go quick loo break because I've drunk too many liquids again. Whoops. Sorry about that. Just hold on, give me 2 seconds. I just realised I forgot something. Give me a second. Right, sorry about that. I was sorting myself out. I needed to refresh a little. Yeah, you know when you look in the mirror. As I went to look, I looked in the mirror. I went, Jesus Christ! I need to shave. I forgot to shave this morning. Because I woke up late all groggy. I was like, and then my brain just went, oh no. You know when you look at yourself, you go, yeah, I need to clean myself up a little. So that's what I had to do. So yeah. So yeah, if we do it like that, and then, no, actually don't get it like over exaggerated. And what I want to do is just get that pose sort of, so if we get like one like that, and then get it sort of, or like one goes down, sort of, yeah. And then what I want to do is sort of like for shorten here, get one arm out, and then get the other arm sort of like overstretched out. So I kind of want to do like a little bit of a shortening here, and then she's kind of like, that's where the wrist would be. So it will snap down. Yeah, okay, I think I've got where I want to be with Non. So this will be very cool concept art. So my bad. Hopefully you'll like what I'm up to. By the way, guys, you've only got about over half an hour until art show and tell, as a little friendly reminder. So feel free to obviously upload your works on there. And again, another friendly reminder, please, no AI works, please, of any kind. Because obviously this is a creative friendly place. So feel free to upload your works. So yeah, there we go. So right, now we've done that. Just want a position of the face. Do I want a complete side view, or do I want to just sort of... Yeah, I think what we're going to do is lift her head up a little on this one. So like she's facing something. And I'm not sure where... I'm torn between like doing like a complete side view of the head. Because I haven't done any like side views of her. And I think her head is a little too small. So we're going to go like, just do this a little bit better. Yeah, it's just that front face was a little bit too caved in, if you get what I'm saying. And her face is not caved in. So there we go. So we've got her face, and now we're just got to just sort of, I need to get that point there, because actually the point should be there, which means, yeah, her throat should be there. So which means according to this brush, it needs to be more like this. Is anyone here? Hello? I thought someone was on the mic then. I was like, hello, did someone jump in? But yeah, so now we've got the throat, stuff, and but yeah, and then we got like the arms and the shoulders here. So what I want to do is kind of do like that, and then kind of like, yeah, I think that would be the good thing. Because like, I kind of want to make like that sort of smooth movement with her. So that's the kind of thing I want to do, is get that sort of smooth movement going. They do that, and then just sort of that, and then get where the hips are. So I got nearly where I wanted the hips to be. And then the back, the spine should be more like, you know, and then just sort of, yeah. And that's where the hips would be. And the hips don't lie, and I still had to shake a fright. Anyway, so the shoulder should be more in towards the body. Because obviously because of her angle, the shoulders should be a lot more inwards, according to my anatomy. And then just and do what Merit taught me to sort of like, if I'm doing for shortening, it's got to be like, if you do spirals, you're more likely to get your foreshortening right. And then just sort of get the arm sort of like that, and get it like that. Yeah. And then just sort of get that head, and then just sort of Non the Necromancer is going to be there. Even though she is a witch doctor. There we go. And then we get Non. We get the hands like that. So if our hands yeah, so the thumb would be on the inside. So yeah. Okay, so now we do that, and just sort of get our hips wide, because she's a lady. Oh, yeah, she's a lady. I'm talking about my little lady. And the lady is mine. Oh, that's an oldie. That is an oldie of a song. So non's chest wise is here. And I've got to remember how the cloak would flow with her as well. So that will be the other challenge as well. But hopefully, if I pull this off correctly, this would be super cool. And then we can just have like, you know, there we go. And then we got like these hips here. And then we just go like really wide with the legs because she's a lady. And then just sort of, that's it. And then one leg would be more like that. And then the other leg would be a bit more planted to the ground. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm pretty happy with this. And I don't know what background I want to do. Do I want to do an actual background, or do I want to do like a sort of vibe background, if you know what I mean, for this one? So that's the only thing, like, at the moment I'm kind of debating on. So if we're gonna do her, like, if she's gonna pull out a sword from her wrist, I think this would be fully lengthed. So if we do it like so, the length would be from here to here. So that would be where her like elbow would be. But we need to kind of angle it in a way where our arm would naturally be. So it'd be like more like here, I would say. And then what we're going to do is have her, instead of having, yeah, I'm going to have her forearm, just sort of like, again, because we got to start with the bulge of the muscle, and then we got to make it a bit smaller. So it's still angling like that, but we need to make sure it makes sense, because obviously you got the bulging muscle there, and then it kind of ends up being here. And then we kind of have to sort of, we got to make it make sense, if you know what I mean. And then just like that. Yeah, so it looks like her hand is about to grip. I think that would be like the cool way of doing the pose. So, and then just sort of, I'm sorry for these really rough sketches, but you'll see my vision soon enough. I've noticed like I do a lot of rough sketching, but this is like the only way I can make sense of myself. So, but yeah, if we do it like that, and then like the blade, and then the handle can go there. I think like the handle can go there, and then it can kind of like the blade just sort of like that. Yeah, I think that would be cool. And then her face will be like this. And just remember it's covered, but we just need to make sure. We're going to make her chest a little larger because she has got like a bit of a chest on her. And then obviously the glowing heart thing in the middle. And then, yeah. And then just sort of. There we go. Awesome. I think we've got the pose. It's now the question of getting it all sort of in red. So, because I know that's a bit of a mess, but you'll see in a minute. So, layer, new raster layer. And then we're going to go for a darker red. And then we're just going to sort of sketch what I've drawn. And I am going to go for a bit of a gentler nose as well. Anyways, guys, how you been doing? I hope you've been enjoying this so far. And what have you been up to? You don't have to talk about anything creative. It could be games. It could be anything. And then just sort of just get the expression in as well. But just remember that is going to be covered because there's all bandages there. So we need to make sure like the bandages are there. And then the hat line, obviously, sort of like that. Right, so that's wrong because the hat line's wrong. I can tell. So we need to make it like the actual to the hairline, like here. And that's where a hat would start. Our Jamaican witch doctor. So yeah. There you go. And then we got the hair here. We're just going to go like this. Just get all the dreads in. So like, you know, just make sure we know where our dreads will go. And then just sort of, that's it. And then we're going to get like all her dreads. Her dreads are not too long, so we can kind of just go like that. And then just sort of, there we go. So now we got that in. Now we can get like, what I'm going to do is draw in the rest of the body for now. And then we're going to draw all her, like, you know, all the body. And then just sort of, that's it. And then just sort of, that's it. Now remember, her wrist will be dislocated, so we do have to make it as sort of dislocated looking as possible. And what we can do is kind of angle our hand a little bit, but make sure like you could tell like our hand is angled. But yeah, there you go. Guys, what games? Right, let's talk about some New Year stuff. So, have you made any resolutions, or are you looking at like new games to play or new arts? Like what? Tell me, guys, what have you planned anything for this year for yourselves? And then just sort of, yeah. And just let that hand sort of like droop a little. That's it. Yeah. So we got that there. And then obviously we've got her booba line here. Just sort of obviously swing it down. Just so we know. And then just sort of. Yeah, I've kind of drooped them down a little too much, I think. So if we do it like that. And then just sort of, awesome. So we got that. And then, yeah. There we go. And then just sort of do that. Get our armpit there. There we go. And then just sort of, yeah, awesome. And then I want to try and measure that head to shoulder again, because I think I've guffed that a little. Yeah, so it should have been here. And then just put a delicate lady arm there. I think we got to do this a little bit because she is a lady after all. And we are going to have to draw through because obviously her exposed arm, she does have bits going on. So we need to sort of like draw in her whole body as much as we can over the arm a little. And you'll see why. And then just sort of, that's it. And then that's her lady bits there. Just so we can sort of see like what we're up to art-wise here. And yeah, I think we're getting none down a little better. And then we kind of just like zoom, we got to zoom out and then just sort of, that's it. And that's where her wrist is going to be. So yeah, I did do like the proportions wrong a little here. Do the shoulder up a little bit because she's kind of pushing that shoulder up. And then, yeah. And then just sort of do it from here. And then get the thumb, get that a little further out then. If we're going to use the block method of doing things, just sort of, there we go. And then just her thumb sort of like that is kind of curving down. Because if you're grabbing something actually, the thumb should be actually here. And then just sort of like that. And then, like I say, get her fingers out a little bit, but we'll work on that once we see it. And then just sort of, I don't know whether to sort of like, because our leg needs to be planted down a bit better actually. I didn't realise I didn't plant that down good enough. Whoops. And then let's have a look. And then we'll kind of have that leg down sort of like here. So we have our leg sort of planted down on the ground here. Use that rubber to rub that bit out. And then just sort of, yeah. There we go. Awesome. So now we've got that sort of vibe going. And now we can kind of like, I think our arm's too far out. Because if you think about it, that sword is coming out of her wrist. I've guffed that completely. That is completely guffed. So we're going to redo all that. And I'm going to make sure I get it right this time. So head to top the head. We know her elbow's here. So that much we do know. And that means if we do it like that, now we just get our arm a little bit more dainty, a little bit that. That's fine. We just need to make sure wherever that arm's got to go here. So I think what we're going to do is do that first and then just swirl it out. And that's where the wrist is going to be, which means that hand needs to be over here. And if the thumb's got to go behind the blade, we need that handle to be like here. So in my logic, that would be how it sort of works in my head. It should, in theory, it should work. In practice, well, that's another story altogether. So if we just do like, so we know there's going to be a foreshortening here. So maybe just do it like that. And then just sort of, so do it like that. And then do like a normal length here. And then just do like a foreshorten here. Just, or do we just like stick the fingers out all together like that? Like she's about to grab it. If you get what I mean. So we could curve the fingers out like so. I'm only doing sausages first just to get my head around how it's going to look. And then like the bone handle comes out here. I've got like the full design of Non's like weapons. So what I can do is just sort of like look it up and then go, yeah. Because the weapon's got to look like it's coming out of there. So maybe if we angle the blade to come out of her wrist like here. And then you got the handle and then the handle's there. So it then looks like she's about to grab it. So I am going to rub all this out. Not all of that. Jesus Christ, that's a bit too much. I'm just going to rub this out here. And I'm going to draw the blade first. And then I'm going to place the fingers how I think will naturally go. If you get what I'm saying. So I will sketch out the blade a lot more detail first before I do the clothing. So we are going to get another reference. So the sub window, I'm sorry, but we are going to have to get something else. The non-standard E is now like officially like, we need to get this artwork because that's her blade. Yeah, she's got like a long, and I'm looking at the handle. So how the handle, the blade I made work, we could do the end of that, the start of the handle is going to be here. And it's kind of like there's a clump of bones that fuse together here. And then you've got the long bone, which is sort of like there. And it kind of sticks out where her hand ends. And then you've got like these two bones that are fused at the bottom here to sort of go here. And then at the end, so we just need to make sure that loops through because it will be from an angle. And then you just got like another bit here. And then it's like an end of a bone here. So this is all like fused together. So now we've got like the handle of the blade sort of sketched out. I can then go, okay, we'll create another layer. And then we're going to angle the blade itself. So now with the sub view, what I'm going to do is widen that. And then I'm going to move this. And then I'm going to see where that handle is. So this is like basically where the start of the blade is. And just sort of like, that's it. That's where the start of it is. The bone blade. And then we're going to do this. And then it looks like there's a nose bone here. And then I can kind of go, all right, that hits the hand when it hits this point. Because this is like a huge bone blade. Edit. Transform. And I'm going to scale rotate. So I can move the blade and do that. And now I know that blade is coming out of that wrist like that. Which we can do it like this. Now I can move back to the other layer and move that handle. Edit, undo. We want to move the handle, not the whole character. So we need the selection tool. And then just sort of... yeah. And then I can angle the hand perfectly to the blade. Well, that's the game plan. Whether the game plan works or not, laddies and ladettes, that will be another story altogether. So yeah, edit, transform. scale, rotate. So what we've got to do is rotate that blade handle. Look at that. That's snug as a bug handle, that is. We lower that handle a little bit because to be honest, that bit matches the blade anyways. And okay. So now I know for a fact, if we thin this out a little bit better, that means that hand can go over here, which means the thumb would pretty much disappear here, which means we can actually sort of predict where the blade is going to go. Hold on, select, deselect, that's distracting. And then I can actually sort of go, okay, so that finger will wrap round. That finger will start lowering. That finger, these two fingers will stick out. Because when you try and grab something, that's what it would look like. So we just go like that. I will actually do it like that. And then just sort of do it like that as a sort of, I know what my hand's doing sort of thing. And then those fingers can like stick out there. So we kind of have to do it like a... Or do we just stick it all out all together so it looks like she's about to grip it? What do you think, guys? Let me know. Non's hat is going to go upwards here. Non's... And then obviously we're going to do like the bandaged eyes sort of like there. And then just sort of... That's it. And her cape is going to go like here. Which means, yeah. That cape's going to go up and over her arm. And then just sort of, yeah, that looks really cool. All right, I'm vibing. I'm 100% vibing with this now. Now I'm kind of like, I know what I'm doing. And then just sort of, that's it. And then the cape can go like right out. Because it kind of covers the length of her whole body. So we just need to sort of almost just do it like that. And maybe have like most of the cape covering that body, apart from where that arm comes out. And then we can have it sort of like this comes out here. And then just sort of, yes. Oh yeah, I've got the flow now. I've got the flow. Okay, cool. I'm going to save quickly. I'm going to go for another quick loot, and then we're going to build this up. So give me a second. Sorry, bladder's absolutely weak as hell today, so I apologize for that. Be right back. Note to self, don't drink too much tea. Guys, you have got a quarter of an hour to art show and tell. So if you want to show off your artworks, it is a way to do so. So yeah, so let's go back here and get back to the art. There we go. So all we need to do is kind of like get the shorts up here as well. Do that, and then get the shorts sort of like here as well, and then just sort of like, there we go. Just get the shorts in as well. And that's it. Yeah, cool. Right, now here is what I was talking about. So on her forearms, she has actually got like missing bits. So we need to sort of get that in. That's why I need this like a bit see-through, so I know what to do. There we go. Right, let's make this smaller now, because I've pretty much got what I mostly needed. So yeah, There we go. Awesome Renos. Happy with that. Happy with that, I should say. But yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the way it's looking so far. So we're slamming on. We're slamming on. Slamming on. But yeah. So we do that. And then obviously she is pretty much bandaged up to here. Just below her breast line a little bit better. So we need to sort of... Yeah, I think we should have upped this a little bit. I think our breast line was a little too... Yeah. And then just sort of like that and get her figure going. There we go. Awesome. And then we got her dreads as well. So we're just going to sort of... Just improve upon the dreads a little bit. And just so we know where the dreads are lying. And just sort of... That's it. Awesome. And obviously we'll layer the dreads up. But this is just so we know where the dreads are, where the cape's going to lay, stuff like that. Because Non's a little bit more of an easy... Well, I wouldn't say easier character to draw. But, yeah. And then we obviously got, like, the bandages up to, like, here. That will be hidden because of the cloak. Yeah, I think we're pretty good to go. And then we can just sort of get on with it now. Now we just need to look at our eyes as well, actually. That's the only thing we need to do, and then we are pretty much ready to rock and roll. So, right. Because sometimes I just need a good old reference, you know what I mean? And then just sort of... There we go. And she doesn't have any, like, flicks of her eyelashes, because her eyelashes are kind of like spider-themed, I made them. Just to give her that sort of extra creepy factor, you know what I mean? And then just sort of, that's it. And then just do the spider leg thing. And then her eyes are spider webbed as well. Because witch doctors have spider like web sort of like look to them. There we go. And then just sort of... There we go. And then obviously we go with that. And wrap it around her face. Yeah. There we go. Right, so now I'm happy with that. I'm going to create a new... I'm just going to merge these layers together. Merge with layer below. Fade that a little bit. Fade that a little bit more. Layer. New. And we're not doing a raster layer. We're going to do vector for the line work. So here we go. So first off, we're going to do this bit more properly. So we do it here, and then just sort of... Hold on, the button's not... Edit, undo, edit, undo. I don't like the way I did that. So let's try that again. And then just sort of... Awesome. So that's what I want to do here. Because of the buttons. And then just sort of... Do that. And guys, if you do want to support me, I do have a Ko-fi. You could also subscribe to my channel, or you could just sit here, watch, and chill with me. Either way, I do appreciate all the support either way. So, yeah, feel free to check it out. But yeah, anyways. There we go. So if we just do like that, and then we're just going to have to sort of, that's it. I don't like the way I've done that, actually. So I'm just going to clean that up a little bit. I didn't like the way that kind of creased in. It's kind of like that, and then it's sort of... There we go. And then it kind of wrinkles in on itself. So, yeah, there we go. And then... Oh, oops. Did that wrong. She's got dreads. So we need to sort of, one by one, do this hair. And then just sort of... Yeah. I forgot, like, dreads work a little differently than plaits, and I did that almost platty. There we go. Dreads kind of a bit more random, so kind of just do that, and then just do what I feel is right. And then... There we go. Awesome. And then... And then sort of... That's it. That's a bit too long. I just realized that's a bit too long. That was a bit too long of a dread. I've gave her too much long dreads because she has actually like a shorter dread at the front of her face. There we go. And then just sort of... There we go. And then just sort of... There we go. And then just sort of like that. Awesome. And then just do one like here as well. There we go. So if we just get our main bits of our dreads done. So we got one that goes like pretty much past the mask. Well, I was going to say the mask, but the bandages. And then just sort of... There we go. And then just sort of... That's it. Awesome. So we've got one part of the dread done. And then what we can do is now look at the in-between and just go, okay, if we do it like this, and just have like random dreads, like just straying out from the top of her head. It's like so. Because I think this is going to be part of her redesign a little bit, where I kind of get her like a little, her dreads a little bit more consistent. So I'm just going to do it like undo here. And then just sort of get her fringe a little bit better. Instead of just sticking out the hat like this is. And I'm just gonna, that's it. And then just sort of, and then just have it like still random, but just keep it like sort of like that. And then, hold on, edit, undo. Just have it like that. And then, because I just realized like that is not correct either. Do you look how wide that nose is? Oh no, that is correct. Okay, I was wrong. That was right. I just looked and I went, no, I was wrong. That was right. Okay, cool. And then just sort of... And because she's looking down, I could do this and then just sort of... That should be on top. So that's distracting as hell. There we go. And then just sort of do that. Get it. Sort of. Awesome. Okay, cool. And now we can get the second dread. And the second like long like dread before the other dreads get longer is sort of like, I'm going to do it like this. Just sort of randomize those little licks there. And then sort of, that's it. And then just sort of like that. And then just get that in there. And then just get those lovely little dreads in. So as you can see, there we go. Now that actually looks like proper dreads. So if we screw back, yeah, that looks cool. I'm not gonna lie, that looks bloody cool. I'm gonna actually do it like that and get rid of that. That looks shitty to me. There we go. And then just sort of, yeah, just kind of look like it's kind of coming around her face a little bit. That's what she said. Anyways, sorry. That was terrible. That was terrible even for me. There we go. If we do it like that as well, just tie that up a little bit. So we could tell like that's all one thing, and it's not like the button here. The buttons are just accessories to the hat. And then just sort of, that's it. And then sort of randomize, like, again, just randomize bits here and there. And then just sort of, that's it. Oh, sorry, edit, undo, and just sort of, that's it. Just randomize, like, again, just the creases of the dreads. And just sort of randomize every now and again, just do it like that and switch it up a bit. And then just sort of, there we go. And then just sort of, there we go. Look at that. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Let me know. And I'm trying to like do all the dreads first because it'd probably be like better if I do all that. There we go. That looks better, yeah. I kind of like the way this is going. And it is to her neck, like sort of like just below her neck as well. That's kind of the vibe I was going for. Sort of like that, and just again, just sort of randomize the creases there. Just sort of get that sort of layering on the dreads lady, and then we could do some like lower layers up, sort of like there. And then I don't think we should shorten here. I think we should just carry on. And I'm going to go to a point where the shoulder pops out and then do the rest of the dreads. Like, this is the longest part of Non, by the way, just drawing her. Like, this is like, it's all the dreads, you know what I mean? And then you have to consider like where the dreads would go, how it would look, stuff like that. So you kind of have to like put that a lot in mind and actually keep going. Right, guys, it is 4 minutes to art, show, and tell. So if you do want to show off your artworks, feel free to do so now. Just jump onto the Discord, just put !_ Discord, and you can chuck some artworks in there. But yeah. And then just sort of... There we go. And just have that there. It looks cool. I kind of like the way this is like, sort of like, it kind of droops quite nicely with our look. And then just sort of, and then just sort of, that's it. And then you got like, this sort of like, it's going to fold upwards. And I think what we're going to do is round about here is when I start like putting like the other bits in. So I'm going to put this like really close to this one, just to make it look like, you know, it's getting to the point now where it's sort of like not as bunched up to get. That looked bad. Don't like that line. And then just sort of, and then just sort of, that's it. And then just like, there we go. And then I'm going to pop out the shoulder here and just do one more dread. I think sort of like it's sprinkled out a little bit. And then just sort of, and then kind of like get that out a little bit better. Get that and just sort of bink. We just bink it. We just bink. We bink. We bink and we wink. There we go. And then we kind of just sort of, there we go. And just sort of like, there we go. Look at that. There we go. Look at that. So we've got the up shoulder thing here. And then what we're going to do is kind of dress like the cape thing. And just like get those wrinkles really in, just to show it looks like it's really going over the arm. And then we're going to do like the last couple of dreads going behind her, sort of thing. And then just sort of, that's it. Try to like droop over the arm, and then one more crease there. And then just sort of like, yes. Yes, that's what I wanted. Okay, cool. I like the look of that. And then you can just see like if we do like a major crease here, where it's kind of gone round the body. And then we kind of like got that vibe going. And then... So there we go. So yeah, there we go. So we've got the arm there, and then we could kind of see like that curve going on. And then we kind of just sort of, there we go. And then we kind of just make that crease like really prominent, because she's kind of, oh, it is art show and tell, guys. So we're going to stop here for a little bit and show off everybody's artwork. So, or anyone, if you have done any artworks today, let's have a look. Have you handed in your homework assignments today, people? Let's have a look. Post your art here. Oh, so no, we got nothing. There we go. So yeah, we got no artworks today. And because we got a lot to get on with, I am not going to do shorts, but I am going to take a short break. So give me a few minutes to take a short break, and I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. Keep yourselves entertained meanwhile, and we'll get back to it. I'm just making tea, and I'll be right back with you. I am back. There we go. Because I know I've been gone for a couple of times and I apologise for that. Anyways, let's get on with the artworks. So if you want to know where I'm at, guys, so far, this is where I'm at. So, yeah. So what I'm going to do is do a couple of strains, like strain marks there to show her she's dislocated her wrist. And I want to make it as, like, dislocated as possible. And just sort of, like, yeah. Make it look, like, really gross. If you get what I mean. Actually, is non-hand covered in bandages, or is it not? That our hands are bare. Bare to everyone to see. That was bad pun. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Forgive me, chat. Thus I have sinned. But anyways, there we go. And something's wrong. Did I make that a little too long? I think that's what I did. So what we're going to do, we're going to crop, well, not crop it, but we are going to bump it up a little bit. Now, I selected that layer, and I expect you to move that layer. It's just not moving it. Right, move. Move. There we go. Awesome. Up to the knuckle joint. There we go. Awesome. That looks a lot better now. Okay, because the rest of that just looked wrong to me, and I was like, hold on. It's made our fingers look weird, because fingers are not dislocated. I know that much. It's just that wrist there, and I just want to get that, like, gross feel of her wrist. But yeah, there we go. And then just sort of, no, that's not right. Okay, let's do that again. And then there we go. And I'm gonna make her fingers a little more thinner, because I do feel like that's, yeah, there we go. Hold on. If I just redo that all again, just sort of this time round, that looks a lot better. And then just sort of 1, 2, and that's a bit too long. So we're just gonna cut that off there and just make it look a lot more like cleaner. And then 1, that's the same length. That's not right. Because each finger should be like a little less longer than the other. So you see where that joint is? That's where I need it to sort of, hold on, you'll see what I mean. And then there. And then that should be a little longer than that. That's why we get like the same length finger, though it is at an angle. So I need to keep that in mind. So we need to actually sort of think about how we do the things a little, if you know what I mean. So, okay, so do that again. A little longer still, and a little longer there. Just sorry, I just looked up, I was just listening to myself, and I was like, hold on, what have I just said there? There we go. Right, so we're gonna get that knuckle a little bit better. That finger's in way too long. So what I'm gonna do actually is get the knuckle right. That hand is a little too long. So that now tells me this should be like that. So it should be more like that. So the knuckle joints should be more like that. See? Vamp can work out things. I have a brain cell, I think. I think I do. Agree with me or not, chat? Go. Debate. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, that's fine. That is. And just sort of. That's it. And then just 1, 2. Yep, that's fine. And it's a little longer, not too much longer as well. A little longer still. Is it just me or her fingers are too long? Something's really... You know when something shouldn't be bothering you, but it's bothering you? Yes, it is. Right. So, logically speaking, it is a bit too long. Because that should be shorter than that finger. But that should be longer than that finger. So we need to just sort of... That's the length that finger should be. If I work that out correctly, that's the length. So the length of this finger is utterly wrong. So it should be a little longer than that one. Which means the finger should be more like that. Which means that this finger is utterly wrong. Vamp and how he works out things. Which means, by default, the pinky finger's too long. Okay, so if I work backwards, I should be able to realize how long that finger should be. So that finger should be way shorter. Just like this. Hold on. So if the knuckle should be there, then it's 1. Now I've got to work this out. 2, 3. So it should be... That's not right. And then this finger should be a little shorter than this one. So why aren't you? So that should be a little longer. And that should be there. Yeah. Something ain't adding up. Why is it not adding up? Have you had this artist problem, guys, when stuff drives you insane? I think I'm having that very moment right now. Because I know that finger's not correct. Because if the pinky's there, right? So we know that's where the knuckle should be. That's 100% correct. The thumb, because that's in the inside, should be 1, 2, 3. So that thumb is on the inside. So we know that thumb's correct. So the index finger, if we're gonna do that, it should be more. And that's a little... I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. Okay, because I'm looking at that red line too much, and it's influencing where I draw. And I've obviously guffed this. So it's like that. And then... Okay, cool. That actually looks a lot more... Well, it's a stiff line, but I know now what I'm doing. Which means that. So that means we need to get the hard rubber. And just take away those creases a little bit better. And that's the pinky finger. So the pinky finger is good. It's fine. I'm happy with it. Unless you guys disagree with me. I have dealt with the pinky finger. Yeah. So actually that pinky finger should be a bit more... Yeah. I think I know what I've done wrong here. So we're just going to redo this pinky finger. On the back. And then that should be more like that. And then we've got a nail there. So this means this one should be a bit longer. So it should be done. And that's where it went wrong. So check the line from the knuckle. Yeah. So I think, right. I can resolve this. So I know I've got the pinky finger wrong a little now. And then we just sort of bump that up a little. And just sort of do it to that. Because then the creases are to what that is, if you know what I mean. So now I can fix that a little bit manually. Because again, I was subconsciously still being led by that red line that I made there. So now I've done that. That pinky is now my guide. So I'm hoping, my brain should be on it now. And then that, yep. And then, because the angle of the hand, yes, I agree that should look mostly the same. And then the middle finger will be a little longer still. And then with that, it should be more, so it's How much longer is it? I feel that's a little too long. Yeah, that's a little too long. So, what we're going to do is yet again, use the move tool and just sort of push that up till I'm satisfied. I'll say about there. That will do the trick. And then, so that would be that. That would be that. That would be that. Yes, I'm absolutely happy with that. And then what we're going to do is redo these lines here and just sort of touch them up a little bit. How's everyone been, by the way? So I think it'd be boom there. It'd be boom there. It'd be boom there. It'd be boom there. And then 1, 2, 3 for the final hand. Do that now a little longer. Boom. And just sort of, that's it. And then we're going to have a look. Yeah, that looks fine because the hand looks creepy enough with that dislocated, like, wrist. I just need to check the rift of the hand, though, to the... Yeah. I feel like that line's wrong. It should be more like that and then that. And then do that a tinsy bit wider. That looked wrong. Which means the skin that conjoins when it's dislocated should be like that. So then it looks really creepy, if you get what I'm saying. Awesome. So now we could do the bone joints in between the arm. Like that. And then... So the only reason I drew that perfect circle without drawing the bones first is so then I can delete that line. And then as you can see, we now got that sort of nice looking... Hold on, I'm going to do that a bit more rounded. That didn't look right to me. And just that. There we go. Just doing some tidy up. And that doesn't look central, does it? It's a circle. It should be more like... Hold on. It should be more like that. And then more like that. Just to make that correction a little bit more better. Edit, undo, edit, undo. That's not central enough, so I'd say like that is pretty much right. The top one just needed just a little bit more extension. A little bit more bone breaking. Sorry, that was bad. I'll stop now. And then there we go. But Bear, I hope you're enjoying these join the non-art, by the way. I'm gonna actually just sort of fix a bit more better than that. Just give it a bit more. And then just get that. Let's get rid of that little line there. Get rid of those little lines here. Sort of join it up a bit better. And now look at look at that. That looks magnificent, as they say. Magnifique. Okay, so now we're just gonna have to look at Non's cape. I am gonna put some like actual rings here, like because when you're actually like sewing the jacket together, the only thing I noticed is cosplay wise, I think that would be a problem if I don't put something metallic there. I gotta keep the cosplay in mind a little bit. Like some bits, no, but this bit, I'm like, if you want to do the cape, yes, 100% put that in consideration. And just sort of have it like round her neck like that. Just have it like, yeah. So we know where it is. And that's her cape. So now we've done that, I can now do the final dreads on the back of the head. And just sort of, that's it. And then I'm going to actually get this dread to sort of rest on her back a little. Just to show, like, you know what I mean? Just so you can see, like, it's sort of there. And then I'm just going to put some, like, other, like layers of dreads. Like, maybe I'll do it in between. I'll see how I feel. And think if I go, yeah, I feel like it needs more dreads, or, nah, I think it will do the trick. And then just sort of, like, yeah, sort of let that one sort of, like, fall behind as well. So you see like that gradual sort of, the dreads are kind of going up her body a little. And I might do like one dread here and get rid of that folding there. And then just sort of, that's it. There we go. And then we got these lovely, now you got all these lovely dreads. I think that dread is a little too thick. I don't like the way that dread sort of overlays. So what we're going to do to resolve that, we are just going to do a hidden dread. So I like coming out here a little bit and to sort of like that. And then what we're going to do is just use this to sort of, that's it. Just tidy up that dread a little. I don't like the way that's too thick either. So just need to do that and then just sort of, yeah. Because the one thing I did struggle with when I first started designing Non was to get that sort of dreads right. Like, sort of like way it sort of like sits on their body and everything. So what I want to do now is try and get that sort of consistency right with Non's like, sort of like dread look. So if you've got tips, guys, let me know. Again, I'm going to put another hidden dread. Sort of like layer up her dreads a bit. You know, you go, girl. Anyways, I don't like that one because that one is a little too thin for my liking. There we go. Awesome. I don't like the way that ends actually because it looks like a penis head. I don't know why. It just looked a bit too penisy for my liking. That's a word, isn't it? A bit too penisy for my liking. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my, as they say. There we go. So for that, and then perfect. And then get the cape done. So if I zoom out, this should look fairly decent. Yeah, this looks very good. I'm happy with the way the dreads are going back here. It's just this bit was important. Now I can do the rest without sort of worrying too much. So first, I think we're going to go do the rest of the face. And I'm just going to have to go to her face now for reference. There we go. So I've got like a sub window out of the stream's view. If you want to know who I'm drawing out my manga series, I don't. This is the character right now. So just so you know, I have got my reference for my own character. But yeah. Just so you know, like what I'm looking at, what I'm on about. And then just sort of. Let's get the rubbers here. Get that rubber ready. Where's the rubber? Rubber, rubber, rubber. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Rubber, dubber, dub. Scrubber, scrub, scrub. Anyways. And then just do like that. But she's got spider eyelashes, so that'll be hidden behind her hair. But what I am going to do is do it like that. There we go. Awesome. So that eye's done. And then we just sort of... I don't undo and just sort of do that. Because she hasn't got any eyebrows, so... Just having a look. And just sort of... There we go. Get the rubber and just sort of... That's it. Just neaten up that corner a bit. And then we will get those. So that goes... Spider legs go outwards. Edit, undo, 1, 2, 3, and just sort of there we go. And then just sort of that's it. And then just sort of perfect. So now we've got those spider legs going. I'm gonna use like a normal rubber for this and just tidy this up a bit. Sort of Get those sort of spider legs vibes going. There we go. Because that's our eyelashes. So now what I'm going to do is flatten that down a little bit better because I don't like the way that looks. So we'll just sort of nick that and then just sort of, and then there we go. Awesome. I'm going to actually sort of like blacken that by hand. And just sort of, that's it. Get that emotion going. And then just sort of do that. And then fill in. And then just like, that's it. I'll do that by hand. And then we're going to do thin little spider web eyes like so. Awesome. So then we've got that sort of like spider web look in her eye. And obviously because of her makeup, she has got the eyebrows, so we don't need to worry about that. But I think we might do like another one there so you can see like where the eyebrow would be. And then just sort of, that's it. Undo, and just sort of like that. And do that. Yeah, that's it. Awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, now we can do the rest of the face. So obviously, what I'm going to do is just do that. And then I'm going to bandage her up along the way and then delete each sort of layer that I've created. That's it. And then like so. And then the nose. Because I forget, like, sometimes. And do that. Okay, so we've got, like, the tip of her nose sort of covered. But what I'm going to do is a little bandage trick I like to do. So it looks like there is multiple layers there. Is sort of do that and then meet up. And then as you can see, and then widen it up to, oh, that's it. And it sort of, and as you can see, it sort of meets up a little bit. And then you get that sort of illusion. There's like multiple layers of bandages. As for this, I'm going to do this, or just do something like that. And then just again, just sort of delete that, do that, and then just sort of. So as you can see here, now you've got that sort of like illusion, like there is definitely like more to this. And then what we can do is just sort of just convince it is like layers and layers here. Just do it like that. Little simple tricks. Little simple tricks can go a long way. So. And then again, we are going to do like this. Then that. And then as you can see here, you got this sort of like vibe of like layers or layers or layers. And then just do it like flat on here. And then what we can do is then use those red lines to influence where her mouth's gonna be. So we've got like that. So then you know, like, hold on, sort of do like fade lines as well. So you just know where her lips are, essentially. Sort of. There we go. Just little extra details, kind of just brings it out a bit more with her. And then obviously we've got her bandage around her arms. So that would be like there. And then there we go. And then sort of there you go. And then you just got that sort of like vibe there. Okay, so now we just need to sort of, that's it. Like so. And this is where obviously where we need to do like all like the last bandages. And just sort of, that's it. And then that's where her boobs would be. So what we're going to do is do the same what we did for the previous layers and just go, okay, so we know where her chest is going to be. So, because obviously I placed it too low when I first looked at it. If I fade this and up this a bit more, you could see her chest line should be a lot more higher because I guffed. So, and then we're going to heighten that. So we're just going to edit, undo. Hold on, edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo. There we go. So we need to do that and then just sort of. So I now know a hip placement that is a little off. So we need to fix that. So now I know that. And then I just fix up a boob placement a bit more. Oh, edit, undo. It's just I know these scribbles here are a little bit wrong. So we just need to make sure we get those scribbles right. And then just sort of, there we go. Just go up a little bit more. And now we should have that placement just right. So we know her armpit would be here. So her chest line would be more like here. And then just sort of, because the way her arm is angled, that's the tea coffee machine, do not worry. It's the heresy machine that my wife loves so much. And then just sort of, and then know that arm is there. And then we've got like the exact amount of what we need on each bit. So yeah, looking pretty good, looking pretty good. And then it was just so like that. Right, the next bit, we're just going to do this. And we're going to do the other arm of the cape. This is just to sort of know where the arm is for me. But right now, obviously what's more important is the cape placement. So I then know that goes, that's not important anymore. So I can go, okay, cool. So sometimes it's always good to triple check your line work. I do try to do triple check my work as much as I can. So yeah. Obviously, that's where the neck is as well. So we just need to make sure we know that's where the neck is. So obviously, we've got to draw that in as well before we've bandaged it, in case we don't go over it by mistake. And then just sort of, awesome. So we know like all these creases are starting to come up. And then obviously where that crease is of the arm there. And then just sort of like that. Okay, cool. So, right, I know for a fact that I wanted the cape to float out. So we just, all we want is the crease there. So maybe what we need to do instead is not follow it exactly. So if the cape's going to float up, we need to just sort of like have a rough indicator where the arm is. Sort of like that. And then just sort of let my hand sort of creatively make the line. So, and then just sort of, that's it. And then like that. So as you can see, oh, it did intersect. So now it's intersected. I could do that. And then all I got to do is draw that arm there. And then my head knows where I'm going. So listen to me planning this out in my own head. So we do that. So this now comes into play. So now I've just got to get like the tip of the blade here. And obviously I was a little wrong on the angle. Not totally wrong, just a little wrong on the angle. Edit, undo, edit, undo. So we need to make sure the blade comes from this bit here of the hand, like the middle of the hand, to get this sort of right. Okay, so now what we need to do is sort of go, okay, so we know it's going to be angled. We know this because we planned it. And then undo, undo, edit, undo, edit, undo. So we know that's the blade's coming from here. That much we do know. So what we're going to probably do is do the hand first, I think. Do the arm as normal, as I would do. And then just sort of do that. So the cape would not show at this point in time because it's going over the arm. So we know that crease is going to be right there because it's kind of hanging over the arm. And do that, because that's where the wrist is going to be. And then do that. And then do that. Because we know that arm is sticking out. So that means we got this top bit wrong. So we need to do this all over again. Okay, so let's just go with what Merit's tip is. It's just sort of like, then so do that, and then just get rid of all that. Just sort of tidy it up a little bit. Just tidy up, tidy up, tidy up. There we go. And then we get the hand out, and then do the knuckle there. There we go. Awesome. And then 1, 2, 3. And then just sort of do that. Just remember there is a thumb there as well. But we know that's going to get covered. So it's not going to be too... And we got screaming kids. I can hear it from here. So, bloody hell. Oh, that was... Okay, so like we got what I'm trying to do is just roughly plan the hand. That hand's probably too small and the fingers are too sausage-like, so that's fine. This is going to be the hardest bit. Like the dreads I'm pretty used to, so that wasn't too bad for me. But what's going to do it for me is this. So we just need to just stand adamant where the knuckle joint would be, and then we're going to just go, okay, so this is the palm of the hand here. And then whatever creases into that finger. Now remember, because our hand's out like that, her pinky will be here. So that's our guide. Okay, but first we are going to have to make that sword. I think if I'm going to get on with this, I think we need to sort of... Now, remember, I am going to draw a rough line. That line would be there. Yeah, okay. Because we did angle this in a way that the bone sword... Edit, undo. It is a bit longer than that, so let's... I'm actually going to draw the sword up first and then draw the hand over it. And then get rid of that line work as we go. So then we can kind of like... That was bad. Anyways, there we go. And then just sort of... Oh, what happened with my hand there? My hand went a little funny on that. Edit, undo. Try that again. One more time. And then just do that. Yeah, because our hand's going to grab that handle. So we need to make that bone handle bigger. She's going to grip that. So, okay, cool. And then what we do is we'll boom. That's better. Okay, so what went wrong here, I can tell by a mile what went wrong here, is I made that end bit of the blade a little bit too thick. So we just need to sort of get that in position and then get this line cleaned up a bit more to join with that bone there. And then just sort of bone it up a bit, as they say. Bonafide. Bonafide bone. Anyways, that was terrible. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. Please forgive me. For thus I have sinned. I have thus sinned. But yeah. Okay. So, and then just thin that. Yeah. So now that handle's thinned out a bit better. And I know where, like, the bone would be. So we need to just grab that and just sort of, like, see where that handle is. And just sort of... Yeah. Perfect. Now we can just clean this up a bit because this is just dirty. Okay, so now we got that. Because as long as we got the handle straightened, and then we can sort of predict where the rest of it would go. Okay. And then just sort of like that. And then we're going to get the rubber. And then we're going to just sort of, that's it. Yeah. Make it look like that. It's like a fused bone. And then just sort of... Right, because this is angled, we need to make sure it looks angled. So, undo. And then just sort of like that. Just do a little bit of that. And then just sort of... Because that is quite a thick bone at the bottom. So we need to make sure, like... Again, just to make it look like it is sort of jolting out a little. We got that. And then at the end, we just do a little that. Get the rubber. And again, just sort of make it look like, yeah, awesome. And then, again, it's not angled enough. We need to make sure that is angled. Because if you look at how that sword is angled, we need to make sure like that bone, the bone at the front is always thicker than the one behind. So, yeah. Right, so now as for the hilt of the blade, so we need to make this lump on the front really prevalent that I've done here. So, we are just going to curve this forward and instead just do that because that is the front of the blade. And then we go up, and around. So yeah, so that is pretty much utterly wrong. Well, it's not utterly wrong. No, it's not. This is utterly wrong. We need to do that shorter. So it is prevalent, but we need to go 1 and then up and around for 2. So then that actually, because remember that is the front, so they would stick out a hell of a lot more. And then you've got this other, like this is all like fused bone, basically. To make the handle the blade. Which means that handle needs to be a bit longer. I just realized that, but we can sort that out manually. So, and then just the back of the blade is like that. And then you just curve that around. So 1, that goes. Number 2, we need to put that handle further up. So that's what we need to do. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to get rid of this sort of like fold of the hand at the moment. Just so I can adjust that. Because that is at front. So hold on, I'm a little bit wrong here. So that is at front. Oh my God, I've got such a weak bladder today. What's wrong with me? Yeah, so that should be a bit more prevalent. So the palm of the hand can't go over this because it just looks a bit weird. So what we are going to do is go up a bit until that palm actually just about goes over. And we can, luckily, because of this line and this line going into the handle, we can use that as our guide. So select, deselect. So now that's it. And then we get right up to the handle here. And then in theory, the palm of the hand. So there, and then we go 1, 2. Now we know that goes over. So now we know that back of the blade just needs to be a bit more prevalent. And then we can get rid of these lines here. And we're hunky-dory. Because now the blade is at an angle where we want it to be, essentially. Sorry, guys. I know this was a bit boring, me working everything out, but sadly, to kind of like get your brain to sort of go, okay, so the blade's coming out the hand here. We need to make it look like it is. So we need to get that angle just right. On the bright side, the tooth will not be coming out, I think, as much. So if I look at how that bone blade works, so yeah, it's kind of got this like hook coming up and down. Yes, it does. It kind of has a hook vibe. So we've got to follow that edge, and then it kind of goes around. Yeah. Okay, and then the tooth actually kind of just about started to come out. Here. So we can actually sort of go like here, and then it goes up the hand. So now we know that knuckle is not prevalent anymore. And then the tooth, because it's hooking towards the blade, we can kind of go like that, because I kind of stuck it out a little wrongly. So that means those two fingers don't matter anymore. So that's good. So that helps me out map this out a lot better. And then just sort of like that. Have it sort of like a bit more hooked, because it is like a hook vibe going on here. So do that. So the more we do this, then the more we can see where we're going. That means the nostril part, or like the bone nostril of the back of the blade, starts about just after. So, yeah. Okay, so then that goes like that, which means we have to delete these bits here as well. So you're only going to see like that little bit back of the hand. That's fine. I'm happy with that. And then 1. Okay, so now we just need to sort of undo. Just do that, and then that, and then that's it. That's the bone blade, which means all this bit here, you don't get to see. So that's good. Well, you get what I mean. It's good for me because it means I can actually see what I'm doing now. Thought like you were sitting next to my table then. Yeah, guys. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. I'm happy with that. I'm actually going to put that nose bone a little further up, and then just sort of like... And then just sort of get rid of that. Just clean that up a bit better. And then just sort of, no. And then just trying to get that thick, because the bone blade's thick. There we go. So you kind of see like where, no, it's not, because if it's facing backwards, you won't see it. Oh yeah. So undo. That was wrong. And that should be a lot more curved, because it's like a nose bone. So actually you see a lot more of this backhand here. Just, yeah, I think I need to clean this up a bit better. Hold on. And do it like that, and then like that. Which means you actually don't see like where the wrist is dislocated. I'm kind of glad I got those lines in there still, because it kind of shows it a bit better. And then just sort of, yeah, because you would still see that. So yeah, that works out nicely. And then just do that. And then just do that. Actually, do that. No, actually, Joe, what? I'm going to do something quite fun with this. I'm going to get a bit creative. I am actually going to show this finger coming forward. And then it kind of goes down to the knuckle here. Watch. So it actually looks like the blade is coming out of the hand completely, and it's coming out behind that knuckle. And it's just going to look wrong. There we go. Awesome. We got there eventually. I need another lube break. Guys, I am so sorry. My bladder's kicking off like no tomorrow today. I'll be right back. I'll be right. But this is a lesson. Do not drink lots and lots and lots of liquids. Let's get back to it. There we go. Like I said, apologies for that. We will get back to your regularly scheduled craziness. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Oh dear, bag's fallen. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Sorry, just need to sort myself out a little. Just give me a second. Get back sitting down on this chair. Awesome. Right. What am I doing today? So professional. Right, so we've got the arm. What I'm going to do is sort this hand, and then we're going to do the bandages around the top half of her body. Actually, first, I'm actually going to go like that as well, just to get her sort of like body there. So at least then you can see there is a body there. And do that, and then just do that as well. Okay, cool. And I think I've got this wrong a little, so I'm just going to sort of... Yeah. And then just get her wrist done as well. And then just sort of, that's it. Awesome. Hold on, edit, undo. Have I gone against my sketch? No, I haven't. I'm just going a bit mad. Ignore me, chat. I'm just going a little cuckoo. I'm going once around the cuckoo tree. Maybe twice. I do not know. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. So we got her body there. Right, because of her other leg, I've just got to go, yeah. Right, if I do that, and then I can kind of like, yeah, awesome. And then we know she's wearing shorts here, so we just do that. Okay, so right now, yeah, her hips should be more like that, which means that's where like the jeans would be starting. Okay, cool. So I was kind of right, and the sketch was kind of wrong. Okay, cool. Good to know, good to know, good to know. I'm just going to do this quickly. How short is her shorts? Quite short. So, not too short, but... And then just do that, and then just maybe just sort of add a little bit more flair here, because she's got like torn stuff. There we go. Awesome. I'm happy with that. And then just sort of... And then... There we go. And then just sort of fix that up a bit. Now we've got her like thigh sorted and that. And then just sort of... That's it. And then just do like the belt thing here. Same here, sort of. Awesome, because she doesn't really wear a belt, so her hips still want to carry in front of the trousers. Not joking. They're magically put on. No, I'm joking. Actually, I'm going to do that because I feel like our shorts are riding a little too high. You watch, someone's going to go, no, keep them there, keep them there. I'll be like, all right, yeah. You like necro, mummy? Oh, God, can you imagine why not chat about it? No. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, there we go. Awesome. Right, that's it. I am actually going to widen her hips a little bit because I do feel like that is a little odd. Just looks a bit too strange for me. So I'm just going to do that and then just sort of... bit too bumpy. We need to get that sort of right line there. There we go. Okay, so nons... I'm going to put the tears a little bit lower down. I just don't know. It just doesn't feel right to me. All right, cool. There we go. I'm happy with that. The cape's kind of, yeah. Awesome. Right, so now it's going to be more... I think I might need to do a new sketch where, like, I need to know, like, where the fingers are going to go. Right, we know, like, that's that. And maybe... I don't know. Just trying to think. Just give me a moment to think about this quickly. I think I've done that fold a little too far. It should be more here, which means her wrist would be there. That means that's where her thumb would be, which means her thumb should be a little further out because the perspective is she's reaching out for that blade, which means that palm would be actually closer to the hand. So, and then... and then just sort of... There we go. Ah, shit. This is a trial and error of an artist. Right. Because it's for shortening, I've got to go bigger. Because I've just realized I should be going bigger at this point. And then do that, yeah. And that should be closer together because it is for shortened. So I should actually look at this from a shortening point of... for shortening point of view. Can't speak English, Vamp. To be honest, Vamp never spoke English. Vamp spoke Vampanese. Yeah, and then just sort of... And then... And then just sort of do that. Yeah. Which means that that should be a bit more like that. Because that's closer to the arm. Maybe just, yeah. Do it a bit more like that. Awesome. Now, how am I going to do this? I don't want to be a total pussy and just grip the blade. I just want the fingers kind of going over like she's about to grab it. And I have to foreshorten. Unless I do the rest first and then figure the rest out. I think that's what we got to do. And then I can figure the rest out as I go. And then just sort of... That's it. Yeah. I don't like that how weak that line was. Do that. And then just boom, 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 boom. There. So now her arms are free. So now we need to get the flow of the cape because the cape's quite long. So it'd be here and then it'd just be like, yeah. But hold on, that's not right because it'd be like more like that because you got that sort of like curve kind of like coming down. I don't know. Maybe it's right the first time, because if you think about it, it's got to go all the way down. It's got to go back down there. So I reckon by the time it gets down, yeah, it's right. That would be about there, because that's up. So the cape would be dragged up a little bit anyways. So brain power, people. Right. So now what we need is a little string to connect these two. Yeah. So we're just going to do that. Be like a strong rope. Connect these two. And then just sort of, that's it. And then just sort of get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then you can see, now I've kind of done that, it actually looks like something's holding a cape together. So, go me. Right. Let's do the hand then. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this layer. And now I'm going to go for like the finger over the blade. So now I need to figure this out. So, what? Just get rid of all this mess, because that's just driving me nuts. It's because of all these corrections I had to do. Like, especially like this area, it's like super bad. So we're just gonna do some cleanup here and just sort of just get it all sort of spick and span here. Like, that's not supposed to be there. And I know that's supposed to be like that. Let's get it a bit more cleaner so when we colour it in, we can see what's what. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. Jump down here. Now I can just sort of... Okay, so the knuckle joints. Right, if we draw these circles accurately, or accurately-ish, we know each finger is going to be roughly here. So if we're going to do each hand about to grab the blade, we need to make sure we are this, but we are foreshortening it enough to make it look like she's actually reaching out. So obviously we're going to do Merit's trick here and just sort of... So, and then, yeah, do that. And then... Yeah. And then maybe that would be... Yeah, because then it looks like fucking sausages. I don't like that. This is now like the hardest bit. Is now me figuring out how she puts her hand on that blade. So if we're right in assuming that's where the knuckle is... Knuckle, 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 knuckle. So I don't want to just straight out do that, because I do want to kind of make it look like she's about to do it. Maybe do it like... Do the first fingers like so. Then... Would that be a good idea? And then do... That joint will be here. That joint would be here. That joint would be here. That joint would be here. Then the next joint would be here. Which means that would be the base of the fingertip, which means... Okay, right. I like the look of this, because this actually gives me that vibe. So if we do it like that and just test it, that looks like our hand is reaching out, which gives me that foreshortened vibe. So, and then do that there. And then you got 1, 2, 3. Remember, so what I need to remember is that does need to be longer, because you got the fingertip right at the end. So you would see the end of the finger as she's reaching for the blade. And then just do that. So that should be longer, according to my guide. Because now I've got that as sort of like my... Yeah. And then that would be blah, blah, blah. And then maybe we can get that pinky sort of sticking out, maybe. So it'd be like... And then it'd just be like 1, 2, 3. And then just sort of... have that sort of... It could work. With some alterations, I think we can make it work. So it would be 1, 2, 3, round up, round up, round up. Obviously, like, I'm going to see how this looks first. 1, 2, 3, big round and up. And remember, big round. 1, 2, 3. Up. 1, 2, 3, and big round. Now remember, we're going to stick this pinky out a little bit. So something like that. The only one I don't like is this is not tilting down enough and this is not tilting down enough. So it doesn't look like our hand's about to grip it. So we are just going to do some look. We're going to look this over and just see if anything just doesn't look right to me. Yeah. I think I've got it, Watson, as they say. By golly, Watson, I think I got it. This, on the other hand, needs to be a bit more like that. Yeah. So, if I... Shortening on fingers is a bitch. That's all I'm going to say. It's just like, you know, like when you're trying to like think of something and go, okay, so that should be more like that. And then just sort of... And then... Yeah, that looks fine, doesn't it? What do you think, chat? Does the foreshortening look fine, or am I going too far with this? Again. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm pretty cool with that. Okay. So if we do... Okay, cool. I think I got where I want to be. So if I do that, and then nails there, lump for the nail here, and then lump for the nail here, and then that gives it like the vibe that the nails are sticking out too, for shortening wise. I think the joints here are a little off, so I may redo just that one finger. I think this is a little off. This is too big, so we need it more like that. And then just sort of boom, boom, and then back, boom, boom. So really, yeah, I was right. So this is a little too much. Even though it is exactly the right length it needs to be, it's not like the joints aren't there, if you get what I'm saying. So yeah, which means the rubber is a little off here as well. Just a little like, just a little... All it needs is a little of that. Just a little of that. And then the pinky finger is just right. So if we look... That's not right. Is it just the foreshortening that's fucking with my head, or is this too big? That's bothering me. Maybe I should ask Merritt if he's around, just to see, like, where I'm going wrong. Now when you sit here and you think about it and you're like, something ain't sitting right with me, but I can't think of why. I'm at that point right now. It's like, some reason, that hand ain't sitting right with me. Even though I know it's foreshortened, So I should know technically it should be correct. But is it correct? And just remember, the thumb, if you're going to grab the blade, that thumb should be like there, ready to grab. So if you think 1, 2, 3, so that thumb should be like pretty much there. I think it looks right. I mean, I think what's not looking right to me is 1, that ain't curving in. So it ain't showing that, yeah, I think it ain't showing that I'm foreshortening. So we need to show the homework, essentially. And then just sort of just clean this up a little bit. And then just sort of... Okay, cool. I'm happy with that. And then just sort of... Okay, cool. And then get rid of that. And then zoom out. Oh, something's bothering me, and I don't know why it's bothering me. It's that hand. Oh, fuck, it's hurt my brain. Why is this bothering me? Why are you bothering me so much? I don't know whether to just get on with the shading, coloring, and just hope to God it looks fine, or just try to alter now while I can. Because I know it's technically correct. It's just my brain is going ewu at me, and it's just like, shut up, brain. This should be fine. Why are you going nuts at me? Right, first off, that. Just think about it. That's coming from behind the cape, so that doesn't matter. Okay, I think it's bothering. I'll tell you why it's bothering me so much, actually. Because that should be higher up. Because then it meets with that quite nicely, and it meets with that line quite nicely. And I think that's not right, because if you think about it, I don't know, guys. I don't know what I think I'm lost. Am I overthinking it? Is this my problem? Am I overthinking the problem here? Or is it I'm not thinking enough and I know something's wrong, but I can't put my finger on what? It might be because I just can't put my finger on it at the moment. Do the rest of the drawing. Otherwise, you're just going to be so hyper-focused now. When you finally get it right, or if you think it's fine, I know what's going to happen. It's going to like go, okay, yeah, you're fine, but you're screwing yourself over doing it. So I'm just going to continue with this for now until I can figure out what's wrong. And then just sort of... Yeah. And then just sort of... There we go. And then just sort of... There we go. So we've done the back half of her bandaged body. Obviously, we've got to make sure the booba lines... I'm going to thicken up some lines here. And I think we need to do this to kind of get some, like, depth of her vibe, obviously. Just sort of really thicken those lines up. Remember, like, the chest of hers is got, like, even though it's bandaged over, it will be glowing. And there's just sort of... Yeah. And then... There we go. I shouldn't have done that so thickly, but I just needed to see how that looks. Okay, so, right, I'm pretty good for now. I'm just going to focus on the rest of her bandages before that hand drives me nuts. I think that's the best way to go about this, is just sort of go back to it when I can figure out what's bothering me about it. It could be because it's for shortening and it's a new angle I've done this from, and it's just like screaming with my brain for some reason. And I'm not used to seeing that. Or it could be like, you know what I mean? There we go. Get some concept art done. And then just sort of, that's it. Yeah. And then just do that. And then, yeah. Okay, I'm down for that. I'm happy with this. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is thicken this line here. So that's our neckline. And I may just pre-shade that. To sort of give myself some sort of like leeway, you know what I'm saying? And do that the same here as well. Just so, because what I normally do with her bandages now is do all this detail and then do it as one thing. The problem is if I do this, this is just going to be layered. And if I'm going to have to draw her easily with the black shading, I need to be more efficient. So we have to go for efficiency here on this one. Just maybe just go for some like, yeah, quick wrappings here. Boom. Okay, cool. So we got that done. And I kind of like the way the cloak is like, it is that hand is bothering me though. I don't know why, it's just really bothering me. It's not, it is for shortened. It might be because it's for shortening, and I know her hand is supposed to be bigger because it's coming towards the camera, and it's fucking up my head. That's what I think. I'm overthinking it. That's what I think's going on in my head right now. I think I'm way overthinking it. If I get rid of all that lines, in theory, it looks fine. I just don't know if it is in practice. I think I'm overthinking it. I think half my problem is I'm overthinking it. But the cleanup I do really need to do is round this tooth. Because remember, if the blade is facing the other way, this needs to be a little less prominent curve here, and this bone's got to wrap around the tooth a little better. Okay. And then, yeah, I think we're pretty good to go now. I'm pretty happy with the way it looks at the moment. Okay, so now I'm happy to go to the next phase, layer, new raster layer. I think I'm going to figure out the background after I've done the whole character here, and either do like a normal background, do a full-on background, or do I do like a non-full-on background, if you know what I mean. Like, what do I want to put as her background? You know what I mean? What will make sense for her to be it where she would be? I think... Oh. Guess what I did, guys? Used the wrong pen. Whoops. I shouldn't laugh at that, but, you know, it is kind of funny. Right, let's do it like this. And have a look. Because maybe when the black's in, I can then figure out what's maybe wrong. I don't think actually there's anything wrong. I think I did overthink it. I think it's because I'm not used to that for shortening. My brain is screaming with me and going, this is wrong, and I don't know why. Because I'm, like I say, I'm still getting used to foreshortening. And with foreshortening, you kind of have to deproportion it and warp it. And because that doesn't look right to me, but it is right in the sense that it's warped. And that's how it should look. The only thing I haven't done right, however, is the whites of the nails. Now, I need to look at her fingers. Yeah, she doesn't paint her fingernails. So we know for a fact that looks correct. Okie doke. Cool. I think I'm ready to colour her in. She hasn't got any eyebrows, so before anyone asks, no, she doesn't. But other than that, I am pretty happy with the way she looks. So layer, new raster layer. Sort of. Because what I used to do is kind of put the line work in her clothing for her. But I don't think I'm going to do that this time. I think this time, I'm going to allow everything to take its course. Awesome. There we go. And just sort of... Awesome. I love the way she looks, though. Like she looks... I think she looks a lot better than she was then. What I am going to do, however, is maybe add some extra detail here. Like where the muscle would be. Sort of like make it a little bit more gross. Like that. And with that line. Pick up that colour. And just do some bits that I know generally needs cleaning up, essentially. There we go. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with it. So first off, we are going to do her bandages, first and foremost. Let's pick up some colours, and we're going to do her skin colour first. And then we're going to do the patterns on her body, and then go from there. So this will be... Okay, refer to other layers. There we go. And what I'm going to do is just fill in the bits that does need to be filling. I do love the way this looks, though. Like, it does look phenomenal. And I'm happy with this. Yeah. Yeah, this looks fine. Like, now I'm filling it in. It's like, yeah, it's fine. It was all in my head. It was in my head. Okay, I'm happy with that. You watch my art editor's going to come and go, actually, you kind of fucked up. It's like, no. No. I'm in denial now. I'm in forever denial. Forever in denial. Just don't know. It just, I think, to me, it just looks weirdly fucky for whatever reason. You watch. I'm going to go back to it and go, no, something's fucky here. You watch. I change my mind and I'll be like, yeah, no, something's not right. Something is not right. Like, Bob Marley says everything's going to be all right. And I say, something ain't right. And I know it. There we go. We'll just go for it. We'll just gun for it and hope for the best. There we go. Look at that. There we go. And then get her arm up there. And because obviously it is short sleeved, so we know some of her arm would be exposed. Now we do the bandages. Guys, I've spotted something already. Guess why I didn't do the bandages? Take a look. Look why I didn't do bandages. I've literally just noticed this. So I'm just going to just quickly go over this. And just sort of... And obviously where her boob would be coming out from. I'm going to like double line that. Just to make sure you know where the shapes are on her. There we go. Okay, now I'm happy. I literally forgot like where that area is because it's like a bone area. I forgot like, oh no, yeah, that is a see-through area. There we go. I'm just going to get that little extra detail in there. That's where all the bandages are. There we go. There we go. Awesome. So now we've got the bandages like round her. And then just sort of like go in between her bits here. And just sort of make sure like everything that is supposed to be filled in is filled in. I don't know. I kind of like the dread spreading here. I kind of like how it's spreaded at the front and it kind of clumps together towards the back. it does give it that sort of messy vibe to her, and I like it. I do like it. I like it quite a lot, actually. Right, the one bit I will delete, that gap there. Hold on, select, deselect. Go to all layers. Edit, delete. There we go. Select, deselect. Now that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better in my opinion. What do you think, guys? There we go. Awesome. Look at that. Oh my god. Non looks actually really good. I'm not going to lie. This is probably the best Non I've done so far. And I have struggled with her design a little bit. Like, I like what was in my head, it's starting to look like what is actually in my head more. Okay, right. As for the purple eyes, I am just going to just straight up put it in by pen. And any black bits here, just sort of tidy it up a little bit. Give it a little bit of a tidy. There we go. Right. What I am going to do, however, because she has painted on her skin, I'm not going to go completely white. I want to make it look white, but I want to make it look like it's painted on her skin. I'm going to test this. Just go a little bit paler. Just near white, but not white. Yeah, that's near white enough. Might actually just go a little bit further into color. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay, cool. Okay, that was my tests over. Now, we kind of have to do it with... Make it go with... And what I'm going to do is, instead of drawing it on by hand, I'm going to pick up her skin color. It's just... Yeah. And then just sort of... There we go. And just sort of really tidy it up as I go. I think the wifey's home today. Just now. I heard a door. Oh, yeah. Pip's come running. That means Mrs. Vamp is home. So, I think that means it is. Because I normally when he jumps down, it's like, Mummy, Mummy, Mummy. He's normally like that. Okay. And then, obviously, we need to curve that down here. Sort of. No. It needs to cover our eyes because it is quite near. Just try to sort of get that right before I tidy up the rest. There we go. And then... And just do that where our nose is. And then we're going to pick up that again. And just sort of... Picked up the wrong pen again. And then just sort of tidy up here a little bit. But that looks good. I'm happy with the way that looks. I'm kind of happy with the way she's looking at the moment. She has got that sort of necromancer vibe to her. So that's what I was really gunning for today. Right, so now what we're going to do... Hello, Mrs. Vamp. How you been? You right? Pippi, come say hello again. He's like, hello, Mummy. I've been really naughty today. Been getting in Mummy's ruddy cubby hole twice. And knocked everything out. Yes, he has been a very naughty boy. He's been a very naughty boy. But, you know, Mummy's going to forgive him anyways. Yeah. I'll tell you what. If that cat was a human, he would get away with murder. Exactly. I know you too. Why the fuck not? There you go. You heard it here, folks. So if there's some bodies lying around, it's probably my cat. It's okay because he's cute. Yeah, that guys. It's okay because it's cute, apparently. So remember, kids, TLA from the Mrs. Vamp from the day. Murder's okay as long as you're cute. Don't ever let her be a judge. Ever. She'll be terrible at it. Love you. Oh, God. Oh god. There we go. And then we can do that. And then what we're going to do is just clean up this a little bit. What I want to do is test out, see if I can do like actually make it look like her skin's painted on instead of just using black lines. There we go. And just sort of, there we go. Well, it's not painted, it's actually more tattoo, but you know. Did I do like bones at the wrist? Probably. But we'll look at that when we do it. That's it. There we go. Go. So that looks a bit more necromancy. She looks a bit more like a necromancer. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is do the cluster here. Actually, if I just join everything up like this, then maybe use like a different color to sort of, I don't know. Do that, and then, so I know our tattoos have like sort of like details on it, so maybe I should use like a thin like brown pen, kind of fill in the details of her fingers, all that stuff. So actually, as one will go, and then actually I'm just gonna fill it in, and then I think what I'm gonna do is sort of like use the brown pen, like a thin version of brown pen, to try to do all like more of the detail-y bits and try to give it sort of like that life, if you know what I mean. The life it deserves. That's Pip. Ma'am. That's Pip, by the way. Now you know what Pip sounds like. Tried to get him meow on stream for ages. And he never does. Loki does. You know when it's Loki, because Loki whines with her meows. But Pip goes, meow, meow. You can hear my wife giggling in the background if you can hear that. She knows it's true. There we go. Oh, I forgot to fill that finger there. That's what she said. There we go. And then we kind of just sort of, and then we can use, like I said again, the thin version of the brown pen to sort of like get her joints going. And then let's just be bitches, yo. There we go. And then just get those hips there. Get those hips so wide and you start to feel the fright. I'm going to actually just add a little bone like tattoo there, so it looks like her arm is lifted. Yeah, because so if our arm's twisted, we could do it like that. Actually, if we do like the hand tattoo there, and we can kind of just sort of, yeah, I think that's the way to do it. And then it is tattooed, so no, because that's to the arm joint. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong a little.
No.
I know, Daddy sucks. Because Daddy won't let you do anything fun and naughty. That's Mummy cooing, by the way. He gets away with murder, I tell you.
What's that?
Oh, was that like it? What was that about?
I don't know.
It's like, don't stroke my tummy, Mummy. Yeah, you're alright. Maybe you pinched him somewhere?
No.
Yeah. That's, I think it's just chatty. That's not a pain one. Because I know what a pain one sounds like for him. He just does a loud whinge.
Alright.
Hippie, woo woo. You okay?
Yeah.
You okay? No, his tail's flicking annoyed. I think he's alright. Oh. No, I think he just doesn't want to be picked up. He was like, that is the first time I heard him aggravated.
Yeah.
Like, he never makes that aggravate me out.
Oh, listen. Listen.
That Carver.
Thinking.
Fuck.
I mean,
Maybe. Yeah. He's a little shit. I'll tell you what, that cat finds anything. I know. But with him, I am not kidding you. He went on my wife's bedside table. She only had like what a Ben and Jerry's last night, and he picked up like the wrapper bits that go around the Ben and Jerry's. You know, like that plastic wrapper. I had to chase him. He went under the thick tower. I had to literally fight to get it out of him. Yeah, I will keep an eye on him. But seriously, like that little bugger finds anything. Loki, good as gold. Him, he just grabs anything. Anything that's not nailed to the kitchen floor, I tell you. Which, you know, it does worry us sometimes because obviously if he's eating it, then it's like, oh shit, do we have to take him to the vets? But yeah, he's a little bit of a bastard at times, I tell you. Just picks up anything he wants and he's just like, that's mine now. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, you know what I mean? We love him. Don't get us wrong, we do love him. He's just a little bastard. Okay, cool. It is a little messy, but that's fine. Like I say, we'll use like a thin brown pen to sort of tidy it up a little bit. But yeah. So if we just do this for the knuckle... Why am I doing this for the knuckle joint? Do it like that. And then just sort of... Yeah. And then obviously we've got to thin it down because it is for shortening. There we go. And then... And then use that actually because I don't like the way that looked. There we go. And then just sort of zoom that out a bit better. And then just sort of... There we go. And then obviously just get it to the nail. We don't want it to exactly. Okay? And then... There we go. That's better. That's what I wanted to see. So it actually looks foreshortened. And then just sort of... There we go. Edit, undo. I think what we need to do, cut it off there. I think I did that wrong. I think what we're going to do, just to make it easier on myself. There we go. Awesome. And then... Ooh.
yeah, didn't
Sorry?
Face shop off in Crayford.
Yeah.
Now Lindy Lou.
Yeah.
They're going to the
Oh. Oh, guys. Yeah, Mrs. Vamp's kind of addicted to Too Good To Go. You don't have, it's like me and my brush problem. You don't have a problem, do you, Rach? It's everyone else that has a problem with it. Exactly. See? Mrs. Vamp agrees with me. I don't have a brush problem. I can quit getting free brushes from Clip Studio at any time I want. Mostly. Unless it's like a really good brush that I need, then I'll grab it. Maybe not use it, I don't know. Then just sort of, that's it, and then just, there we go, awesome. Right, quite happy with that, I'm not gonna lie. And then obviously, I'm gonna tidy this up a little bit when we can. Right, now the bone toe on her legs. Ooh, I don't like the way that I did that actually. Hold on, let's, because that's going to be a front of her leg, so that's got to be like that. Yeah. Right. And then, boom. Do that till it's filled. Grab the colour of the shorts. Okay, is there anywhere else I need to do before I start finding out the details? No, I don't think so, because that's under the thumb. But that does remind me. Do, in fact, need to do it like this. It is going round that wrist, so we need to make sure that looks like that. There we go. And then sorry, I was just Norton just gave me a message. I was like, wait, is it important? No, not. Okay, right, now we can get to the skin colour, and I think we can kind of fine detail this a little bit. So first off, so, and then so. Actually, this has worked quite nicely. So then that looks like all the bones in the joint then. And then... I did that a little wrong. There we go. They're all the same length. Did something stupid. Yep, and that. Because if there's nails there, it's got to be shorter anyways. And then that. Finger. There we go, look at that. Hey, now we've got the final details in. We've got the finer details. And then... awesome. Now... do this, and now it's starting to look like an actual skeleton tattoo, which is that's what I wanted. So I like that, and then ooh, Cantona.
No.
Sorry.
There's a book that I read.
Oh.
I'm like,
Mrs. Vamp is spotting all kinds of shinies, guys. Quick, protect your shinies. He's coming for your shinies. I think I'm joking. Especially if it's chocolate. You'd be like Gollum, she'll climb out of your cupboard and be like, hey, chocolates. But yeah. There we go. Okay, right, so that's cleaned up. There we go. Just want to clean up some bits. But yeah, look at that. So Non's looking pretty good now. I'm not going to lie. Non's looking pretty smooth. And then just sort of... there we go. Awesome. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Now I can pick up another colour of hers. We're going to pick up the inner arm. Which I think that is a little too purpley, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to just get that up to... going to revamp that colour a little bit. Revamp. Anyways, and we're going to do the shorts. There we go. Sort of awesome. I'm happy with that. And then the inner bits of her arm. And then just sort of colour it up a bit. There we go. And then we could kind of just touch up where we need to. Awesome. To be honest, what I should have done is selected all the brown skin and then kind of like done over it, because this point would have saved me a lot more effort. But there you go. Learning curves, people. Learning curves, as they say. Right, the next one, I'm going to get the first colour of a jacket. I'm actually going to get both colours at once. Grab this, and then we'll grab the secondary. And we're going to do the clever thing this time, guys, and actually do what I said I should have done. which is the grab the color of the cape and then actually sort of, you know, do what I should have done. Get the dark color, boom. So what I'm going to do is filter, select color gamut. That's for that. And then just sort of select color gamut, and then boom. Oh, hold on. Why is it selected or short? Select, deselect, select, color gamut. If I, that's why. Didn't do the margin of color error. Select color gamut. That's why I was doing that. Okay, cool. Now we got that. Now I can actually do all the like the folds of the cloak and everything. I think actually just do it like that, and then just sort of a bit awesome. So, and then just do the same here. Sort of. There we go. And then just sort of grab that and then edit undo. Do it like this. And just sort of. There we go. Awesome. Now we got that. And then we're going to do a hat. Sort of. And do that. And then. There we go. Awesome. And then. Awesome. Right, we're going to need to correct something there, but it's fine. We'll correct it later. Now, is the other side of the jacket start with yellow or green? It starts with green. Doesn't really matter, does it, really? Got that colour. Sort of. Yeah, keep it like that. And what we're going to do instead, because we know it kind of drags around her shoulder, jacket, cloak should be more like that. Yeah, because it kind of covers a edit undo. Yeah, and then just sort of do it like that, and then just sort of swing that round. Edit undo, edit undo. Just sort of awesome. And then obviously the start of this side, we are going to go like and just trying to figure out something here. Yeah, do it like that, and then just sort of. I think I've done something wrong with the cloak here. Try that again. Now. And that's what I did wrong. Okay, cool. That's fine. Right, at least I know what I've done wrong. And then I'm going to go with a fatter pen, because that's what she said. And just sort of. That's rude. Right, Rach? Mrs. Van? Whoops. There we go. And then... I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay. And just sort of... There we go. Awesome. And then the yellow. Oh, I see where I went wrong. Because it didn't flick here. And it's not flicking here either. Okay, cool. I think I've figured it out. There we go. Okay, awesome. Select, deselect. Yeah, I like the way that looks. I'm pretty happy with that now. And then we do the nail. There we go. And then the nails here. And then we're going to do some corrections. We're going to do that cloak properly. There we go. She's actually starting to look really good now. Now I'm pretty happy. Now I know it's like it wasn't a guff, it was me just being paranoid. Do that. And do the rope color, I think, as well. That rope. Might just change that rope color a little bit, just to give it a bit more. There we go. Oh, now we want a bit of a steel color, so maybe just sort of just give it a sort of like steel ring to it. There we go. I will be correcting some bits here though, sort of like clean up her, and also because it is going to glow, we are going to just sort of max saturation purple the heart, because that will be glowing, so that's why I'm doing it there. And then just sort of, that's it. Just clean up some bits in the bandages. And her bones. The bones that are exposed. I do like the way that looks. I'm not gonna lie. Sick. There you go. And just sort of awesome. And then boom. And then boom. Someone's horny. If you could hear that, that's somebody using their Christmas present with great effect. And then do that. And then pick up that, and then just sort of awesome. I do. Oh, she actually looks pretty fucking good. Ain't gonna lie. Right, guys. After I've done the hair, because it is hitting 4 hours into the stream, I am gonna end it a little earlier than normal instead of ending on time today, since I started earlier than normal. So we are gonna look to raid somebody. So just give me the color first, and then just do that. And awesome. And then the hair here. There we go. Sort of. And then just pick up that darker pink and just sort of show like it's showing from underneath. There we go. I'm gonna honestly not do another dread there. I'm just gonna actually sort of do that so it just shows like a shadow around the back of the neck. There we go. I'm really happy how that looks. I don't know if a normal background is going to do it justice, or do I do like something a bit more colourful? But that is for next time. So we are going to raid somebody now, and the raid message today is, depending who we raid, is obviously we're going to be here for your tea, but I want to see if there's anyone I haven't raided in ages, or the second. Well, this will be our second raid of the third raid of the new year. Do you know what? We haven't raided Chiefy. Have we raided Chiefy? Did we raid Chiefy last time? So now I raided Nim. Was Chiefy like our first raid of the year? While I oh, Worm! I haven't raided Worm in a long while. Where's raid Worm? Anyways, so it is. We are here to steal your wormy tea. Again, we are here to steal your wormy tea. Thank you all for watching, guys. You have all been awesome. This is Vamp the Lost Soul. The truth is more than it seems, and we'll see you later. Bye! T for the tea coat, T for the tea coat, T for the tea coat, T for the tea coat.